Alright, welcome to the stream, everybody. Welcome to the stage. Let me see, is everything working? Hey, Emmy. Yeah, I found a good wallpaper for Lappy, so this is Lappy. I think this is Lappy. It said it was Lappy, at least. At least I think it said it was Lappy. Shh. No, Emmy. No, don't say that. No, this has got to be Lappy. This has to be my Lappy. Can you hear me just fine, Emmy? Nano, help me. No, this is Lappy. Don't say that. This is definitely Lappy. Okay, you know what? Let's move on. Let's move on. Where's my moo-moo? There's my moo-moo. Hello, Jean. How's the volume? Is it okay? Hey, broke Lappy. Yeah, it's Lappy. See, even Jean says it's Lappy. No, I didn't break Lappy. Lappy doesn't break. Lappy breaks people. No, I mean, I just hope there's not gonna be any like hype moments during the story reading, cause like, I can't yell. I can't yell. But I'll have one ear open so I can hear if my grandpa calls. So if I get up without saying anything, chat, then that means I'm checking on my grandpa. I'll be checking every 45 minutes on my grandpa just in case. I thought about checking on him every hour, but no, I'll just check him every 45 minutes. But how's the volume? How's the mic volume, everybody? Is it okay? I hope, Jean, I hope. Yeah, I turned my mic receiver volume all the way up. I keep thinking my cam is over here, so I'm looking over here, but my cam is over here now. So but I can see my live stream on my left though. So yet you say. So I will be testing how I'm just gonna be testing everything right now. So just in case, we'll go to we'll today's goal is 1411, but if nothing happened, if we get to 1411 pretty early, then we'll keep going, maybe 1 or 2 more reading chapters, and then and then we might stop there because I just wanna make sure everything's okay. I wanna download that before the next time you play. Thanks, Princeps. I'll do that. I'll do that. Thanks for letting me know. I've been meaning to play some Limbus, but we'll play Limbus maybe tomorrow. So I was thinking we were gonna play Limbus tomorrow, but we'll see. We'll see, chat. We go on until 4:21. Gene, this is just the reason we're not going to the reason we're not going that far is because I don't want there to be not a hype moment, and I can't cry. I'm gonna have to hold my tears in. Not like I'll be able to hold my tears in, but still. I'm probably gonna cry. Y'all are saying this is no crying. I'm probably gonna cry because y'all are telling me this is gonna be depression. So depression time, I guess. You watching drama film? No, no. He'll tell me be quiet. Let me listen to the song a little bit. Let me get into the mood. Take it in. I'm taking it in. The drama that will happen. What are you gonna tell me? When you mean drama, are you gonna tell me the doctor is gonna see Teresa, realize Teresa isn't the one for him, look at Calcit, and then tell Calcit that his love of his life is actually Calcit and not Teresa. And then Teresa is gonna scratch Calcit's face like a cat, and now they're gonna have a cat fight, and now the doctor is torn between the two, and then Amia tells the doctor that he will have to choose one. Hold on, chat. Hold on. Basically, Emmy, basically, I can take a picture of my setup of everything that I've took and everything that I moved over. Mobile streamer. What's next? I'm gonna be playing Mobile Legends with my Filipino cousins. Okay, let's go. Let's do this, chat. Let's do this. Stream volume is okay, right? Y'all can hear me just fine, right? Mobile PC streamer. What the hell are those things up in the sky? I can't voice act right now because I'm trying to stay pretty quiet. So get down. Delphine, your right hand. Don't touch. This isn't any normal cannon fire. Sarcasm witchcraft is corrosive in nature. I won't be much help. Stage ASMR goes hard. Hey, do y'all want me to do a mukbang? I can do a mukbang for y'all. Those people still trapped in the polluted area. It's too late for them. You got shit in the air, still growing on the ground, and crystals and dust everywhere. Can't even take a damn step. The Sarkas want to turn this battlefield into their home turf, forcing us to put down our gear and cower while they pummel us. When it comes to a head-to-head infantry battle, the Sarkas will surely have an advantage due to their natural physique. Alright, I get it now. It's all just a dirty trick. Which is why we can't afford to get caught off guard. If they ever get the drop on us, we're done for on the spot. Morgan, get as many of our vehicles up and running as you can. Avoid any close combat with Sarkaz infantry. Even if a vehicle is destroyed, don't overlook the mounted cannon. They're the best weapons we've got. What do you think, chat? How's the reading? Too silent? Too loud? How what do y'all think? Understood. Delphine, send the signalers out as widely as you feasibly can. The exemplars will be able to maintain communication that way at the least. Of course. Also, chat, if you noticed, I'm not using my pro gamer chair. I'm using my 20 years old, at the very least 20 years old chair that my grandma used to use. This chair has been alive almost as long as I have. Probably longer. Probably longer. Yeah. If you want to push forward, we're going to have to take down that altar up ahead. Horn, covering fire. Roger. Indra, your team's responsible for holding the enemy back. Doesn't matter if it's Castor or Art's creations or whatever those things are up in the sky. You got it. Dogdust team, you're with me. Same as always. Same as always. I can see the core. Move out. Are we still live? We're still live. Yep. Another altar of Sarkash witchcraft. Climb, pull up, leap, bring down the hammer. As the war rages on, they become more and more familiar with these war machines, resembling the devil's eyes. They become more and more familiar with war itself. Vina often feels as if Indra, Morgan, and Dogda have changed somewhat. She trusts that the very same changes can be seen in her. It is a change for the better or a change that came far too late. The devil's crimson eyes stare at her. The hammer comes down hard, and the altar begins to collapse before Siege even reaches the ground. It worked. Phew. We took it down even quicker than the last one. I hear something. Back up. Chat, give me a quality number. 0 out of 10. How do you feel about the quality of the stream? Something's growing out of Something's growing out of that bloody thing. It's another altar, not far from the one we knocked down. How many of these little buggers did they bury in the ground? Bloody hell. There's no end to them. Siege tightly grips her hammer. They are adapting, but not quickly enough. Trilby Asher has the location of the stone of the sword changed. I haven't been notified of any changes to the plan. Can the ship still move with all the orgenium crystals everywhere? I'll have you know, Victoria has the most powerful fleet on land. We might be slowed a little, but we're certainly not without options. Whenever you don't answer me, chat, I feel like my stream died, so I have to check. I have to look over and check if the stream is still alive, because y'all aren't saying anything. We might be slowed a little, but we're certainly not without options. I hear naval guns. I believe it's the Iron Duke's gas trail going by the sound. The next round of our assault is beginning. Thank you, Jean. One of the Abercorn's assault ships has run into the Sarkas Advance Brigade. I thought I heard ringing, chat, my bad. The enemy was hiding in the fog and suddenly appeared. Our vision is severely limited by the orgenium crystals and we can't follow their movement at all. Has mid-range communication been restored yet? The ship's comm tower is still out of commission, engineering trying to repair it, but in this orgenium dense zone, Your Grace, what are you doing on deck? There's orgenium dust everywhere outside. Please try not to leave the command center. I've heard that Wellington always stands on the deck of the Gastral, personally commanding his frontline troops. The Iron Duke has been through many battles, but just now the Gastral opened fire. Your arrows did not deceive you. Is he still pressing forward? I'm afraid so. The Iron Duke forces have penetrated deeper than we thought, and are about to collide with the Sarkas core units. Wellington. Does he plan to take the head of the Sarkas Regent? The Wesley Wellington I knew was indeed a warrior before he became the Iron Duke. His bravery might have bordered on madness, but he would never gamble with the outcome of a battle. Regardless, the Iron Duke's recklessness has placed us at great risk. As per the initial orders, Duke Abercorn's and Duke Ashworth's men are following the Iron Duke, and among them our vanguard as well. Factoring in the surrounding orgenium, our front line is being stretched thin. What of the eyes you placed aboard the Gastral? Nothing yet. Even us Shirley Ashers are experiencing some serious delay in communications. Eileen confirmed the status of the Stone of the Sword. No issues so far. We will never allow the Stone of the Sword to be tainted by Sarkas witchcraft. Your Grace, the poet has launched a flare. So Alexandrina and the Sign of Kings will arrive soon. Have your people kept a close eye on them? Don't let the sword get lost on the battlefield. We must put the Sign of Kings to work immediately, unless the comms are restored fully. The so-called Ducal Alliance is a non-entity. Ooh, these guys look new. The enemy seems to be getting stronger. The same witchcraft eats away at us while strengthening them. Siege, watch out. Dogda. The hammer falls, and a portion of the Naxxer's warrior's body is caved in, but he continues to advance. So wait, are they Naxxers too? A second swing, then a third. Dogda leaps back, splitting his wrist with her metal claws. The Trilby Asher's flaming blade pierces his chest. That's just one. There are still many more ahead. These Sarkas are truly monsters. These bloody devils are all monsters. God damn it, they're not even flesh and blood. Do you think they're already dead? Only the dead can. Already dead. Strange noises can be heard in all directions. They are distinct from the sounds of Virginium crystal clusters piercing the ground. They are not omens to the explosion of Virginium dust. Captain, we can't hold out like this. There's no end to them. Better focus on the one right in front of you then. There's always going to be someone standing up front. Raise the shield, fire the cannon, repeat. Ad infinitum? Victoria possesses the strongest weapon in all of Terra. One shell can easily blow apart a Sarkaz armor. Just as quickly, two more Sarkaz rush forth at the same time to take the place, then three. The artillery fire unleashes its fury, but it cannot stem the surging tide. There's no end to the enemies. She can hardly tell how many Sarkaz are on the ground in front of her, some standing, some lying. The number of fallen Victorians is perhaps even greater. She can hear bagpipe shouts and the whistling of her spear. From those she finds utmost solace, and that's enough to keep her fighting on. A plume of firelight suddenly springs up not too far away. Bagpipe. What is it, Captain? I think I just saw Hill again. Oh, Hill. That same face again, the same face that appears in her nightmares every now and then, reminding her of how tragically her teammates died, the face of that traitor. He's dead. Is he that one lying over there? Seems to have been killed in action some time ago. Captain, just now, did he moved. Where did you go? You look like you living out of a shed now. Zip, are you part of the Discord? I moved my setup to my grandpa's house. So right now I'm moving in to my grandparents' house, and since my grandma is in the nursing home, I'm using her bedroom. So now my setup is in her bedroom, and this is the behind me. Behind me is the window. He's standing up again. The man clad in a uniform of Wellington's forces staggered towards them. He lifts the blade in his hands and slashes at the Sarkaz in front of Horn. Look like you were in one of those shipping containers they use. You know what, Zip? If that's what you want your head cannon to be, then that can be your head cannon. I live in a shipping container now. I'm being shipped to one continent to the other on a shipping container. The armor is too thick, and the recoil pushes his hands away. His arms contort strangely, and he strikes a second time, then a third. That familiar visage is getting closer and closer to them. In the midst of the dead silent gray, only a tiny speck of purple dances. It's her. It's Dublin. Every time I see the word Dublin, I think of dumplings. I lay down now my soldier's honor here, so that in time the soil of Terra need no longer be soaked in carmine blood, and Draco cross no swords with Draco kin. No dumpling. No, hey, One of these days, chat, one of these days, their uniform is gonna have the words dumpling on it. It's one of these days. But that unless a day comes whereupon red dragon's flame should lead all those that fell, our fighters from the forge, to be reborn. All the events with 3 just have the team slots. Day 1 he told me how much aura he has. I am the aura farming stage. The third set of altars has been crushed. My lady, our casters and flying soldiers are in position. We're about to approach the largest altar. Our deceased compatriots have managed to protect us from the devil's vile pollution, but the destructive power of their witchcraft is unprecedented. Allow me. Milady, you're going to destroy the altar yourself? Yes, as my subjects have done all you needed to do. You, as my subjects, have done all you needed to do. I, as your sovereign, ought to lead you forward. Chat, does Iblana aura farm in that pose? 20 foot or 40 foot? Probably about 20 foot, never. How can I take this land as my own if I have never set foot upon it? A high cube? No, not a high cube. The red dragon's flame shall fall upon the battlefield's front lines, just as it has for thousands of years. Our altars being raised. Stay in formation, don't get scattered by those flames. Keep casting. They're nothing but a ragtag bunch of impotent outbloods. I wouldn't be so sure about that. We are nothing like those Victorians who have it easy. Every Terran warrior has been forged within the shadows, tempered by pain and suffering. We were once known as specters, for we knew most intimately the scent of blood, the scent of death. I won't let you. Trying to turn yourself into an arts catalyst to detonate the altar? As you wish. I'm too late. Eight 5-foot tall one, high cubes are 9'5". Yes, never. 8'5", because I'm not. Because I'm only 6'7". No, I'm only 5'6", 5'7", at least. The spark of life gradually fades, and in its place burns a deathly purple flame, leaping across the body of the slain Sarkaz warrior, just as it dances in Iblana's eyes. Taller than me? Stage now, I can't believe that, man. Oh my god, chat. Oh. Look at that pose, look at that. No, Iblana aura farms all day. Oh, yeah. Look at that pose. Who does she remind me of? She reminds me of Freewind. She reminds me of Freewind. No, not Freewind. Who does she remind me of? It's on the tip of my tongue. Aizen? No, not Aizen. More than just aura, she's collecting the aftermath of combustion from sleep. I may not like her, but I'll admit she has aura. You don't like Iblana? There is no royal court in Death's domain. Hold on, chat. I'll be right back. I'm gonna check on my grandpa. No, there's no gooning, okay? No gooning. I promise I won't goon yet. You mean read? No, not read. She reminds me of I can't remember their name. I prefer Eblana's sister. It's hard for me. They're both really pretty. As a character, I think, but I don't like her as a person. Fair princeps. No, who does she remind me of? It's a villain, I think. Man, though, she's also pretty dripped out too. She's pretty dripped out. Sarkaz, your people know death so well only because you fought enough wars. See that? Death itself stands with us. Our enemies are not inscrutable demons. No, Princeps. I was literally thinking Sung Jin Woo, but I was like, no, it can't be. Sung Jin Woo got isekai'd into ARKNIGHTS. Gooning to a corpse? No, she's not dead. What are you talking about? She's right here. Just because she might be a necromancer doesn't mean the necromancer is dead. Our enemies are not inscrutable demons. Drag those sarcasms out from their pretentious art circle and give them a taste of our crossbows and cannons. No, I know a lot about what, Zip? A lot about what? Brigadier, I see a flame burning within your eyes. I've waited far too long for this, just like countless other Terran warriors. What do you mean? She's alive. Look at her. She's... Nothing here tells me that she's dead. She's not dead, okay? If she was dead, how would she be here? I waited far too long for this, just like... How is it ignorance, Erald? What the hell? All of us grew up hearing the legends of the Empire's death knell and enlisted with burning fervor in our hearts. But over the last few decades, Wellington's administrator and the Duke had their hands tied. And we've also been caught between the cracks of the other Duke's negotiation tables. The price of skipping a side story? I'm not skipping a side story, I'm gonna come back to them. So many hot-blooded warriors were represented because of their background, while many others perished in the Victorian conspiracies. I've endured for so many years, even to see myself turn into a scheming villain, all for the sake of witnessing a real war, not one ignited by the noble's petty power jockeying. Only on such a battlefield can a warrior's death be glorious and meaningful. If I am to die in this battle, then please bestow upon me your flames so that I may stand once more. Until my remains are consumed fully by the fire, until our promised nation has been established, I shall never lay down my arms. Excellent. Now then, come with me. Did you see that throne of deadwood? That's the Sarkaz leader, the Naxar Nazsalam, who calls himself the Lord of War and Death. The Sarkaz royal court sure has a thing for these overblown titles. Overblown, hardly. He just happens to be ancient enough. But he is not the only living legend here. Why, of course. Not far away, naval guns roar. Ancient witchcraft is not the only force that can cause mountains to move. Now, let us pit war against war and death against death. Man, she's spitting, chat. My patriarch! The hunt has been cut short. That Draco's flames have broken our formation. Draco! Thousands of years ago, after the Sarkaz first lost their homeland, they once did battle against a red dragon on this very soil. Those flames turned fields of Sarkaz into charred stone. They are still beside us and beneath our feet. We will slay her. A red dragon will sate our appetite for a while. Iblana's revenge arc. She is not the one who drives this war. The Naxar king turns his gaze. Is he speaking in third person, chat? Toward a certain part of the battlefield. Behind the red dragon's smoke and flame, a huge shadow is rushing towards them at an unexpected speed. A titan that casts a shadow across the land, able to shake mountains and rivers but with a single breath. No longer is it a mere red dragon. All parameters set, loading complete, firing interference shells, target locked on, main guns first salvo. Confirmed hit, General, we've swept the obstacles away. Good. Gas trail, all ahead full. No, we're going to 13 after this. We're going to, not 13, we're going to 15 after this. It's 14, 15, and then 16, right? Our objective, the Naxar throne. The naval guns roar. Wellington is well acquainted with his most loyal subjects. The oldest gun aboard the ship, that which assisted him in blowing open the gates of Langonis. He killed the mightiest nomadic city on Terra. He pulled the spine from its corpse and made it a part of his worship. Afterward, he took the Gastrel to many lands and conquered many foes. The arts orbs of Lithuanian casters, the shield of Ursine vanguards, the golden blades of Sargonian assassins. He collected and modified the most valuable components of his enemies and placed them upon his flagship. He will also be done with chapter 14. Hey Nano, hey everybody, how is everybody doing? I never greeted y'all today. I forgot. But how is everybody, by the way? But for the sake of commemoration, only those who have become weak and frail through the passage of time need to rely on these vestiges to remember the past. I wasn't doing that. I was scratching my nose. It just looked like that. The gastro must step over the bones of its enemies, assimilating their power so that it may become stronger. And then giving us a little birdie. Only this way can the two of them defeat even stronger enemies together. Screaming at my work's management, but the evening's been great. But Nano, instead of screaming at your work's management, why don't you become management and scream at your workers? Intercept them. The crystal barrier has been shattered. The enemy continues to advance. How they must long for death, using artillery fire to cleave a path. Wave after wave of cannon fire pours down onto the sea of Orginium. Golden fragments crack and split apart, revealing a gap within those congealed waves. How dare they approach us? A thick haze envelops the battleship. Countless Naxxter warriors land on its deck, the entire vessel enveloped in the glow of witchcraft. Now you're responsible for them if you do that. They mess up, it's on you. That's exactly what I mean, Zip. Broke something we use every day, then that's their fault, right? Rend, dismantle, corrode. The cadence of gunfire gradually slows. The hard steel hull is being digested just like all other prey that has fallen into the Naxxter art circles. Capture complete. Not yet. He lifts his scepter. Branches grow rapidly from beneath the throne. Blocking the front of the Naxxter warriors. Chat, are the Naxxter like tree people? Are they like Trents or something? Don't change because of it. That sucks, Nano. A shell lodged within the branches. A few seconds later, the shell explodes, tearing the branches asunder. For the first time since the battle began, the Naxxter throne shakes. My patriarch. It matters not. From the thick haze of corruption, the warships slowly come into view. Its outer layer flayed off by the corruption, almost half its main and secondary guns, disabled due to the bombardment of witchcraft shells. Only the steel frame remains shining. Hey Manu, how you doing? Nice to see you. Yes, yet she is nevertheless still Gastriel, the mightiest warship in the land, and her master, the Sarkaz atop the throne, lowers his head, noticing a faint shadow among the crystal clusters. General, the Gastriel has successfully drawn the attention of the main Sarkaz force. They didn't even notice that we were transferring from the main ship. Wait, something's coming in fast. Guardsmen, tighten your formation. Yeah, I know, Manu. I know, Princeps already let me know. Maybe that the defecate might hit the oscillation. So not my problem. A salvo of artillery fire. What a coincidence, huh, Nano? Only a few tiny twigs fall from the smoke and dust. The force that was enough to shatter those crystalline waves even Waves cannot even shake the figure floating in the air. The Naxar king casts his gaze down upon the commander at the center of the army, not far behind the old feline. The bloodthirsty warship is waiting, eager to tear at his rotting flesh. Has the update updated already? Is the update already done, like updating? Duke of Victoria. We have devoured many Victorians. General, Duke, whatever the title, they all tasted the same. Conspirators, merchants, but none of their warriors. They saw the battlefield as little more than a sandbox atop a table, the soldiers' mere chess piece, war itself, only a tool for power and profit. How frivolous war was to them. But you are different. Your ship has also feasted on many enemies. Ursine, Lithuanian, Gaulish, and Sarkaz. I can smell their flesh. Oh. They have also been absorbed by the Naxars. Sarkaz, I've read plenty of records about you. Are you doing Navigator tomorrow? What's probably what Navigator for what? Like in Enfield, right? I didn't play Enfield update yet. Is it short or rich in content? It's just a I would say it's a short update. If you finished everything you can do before this update, then it's gonna be just a short update of like just some new quests and it has a new region zip. There's a whole new region that I need to do. I was thinking of Enfield. Yeah. No, tomorrow? No, we're not doing Navigator tomorrow. We're doing Limbus tomorrow. Preoccupied to do them. Swordmancer Enfield this weekend too. Swordmancer. The blue-haired girl, right? So much stuff to do. Yeah, we need to, one of these days we need to do Enfield stuff. Sarkaz, I've read plenty of records about you. The ancient Naxars, with a tenth of the Victorian army's numbers, we were able to halt their advance on Casdale. A feat of war that defies all reason, one that cannot be taught in military academies or replicated. Are you here to take revenge? Ha, my only regret is that I hadn't been born 200 years ago. They apparently called you the God of War. No, there are no gods when it comes to war. There only exists the moment of victory or death. Wellington draws his sword and points it at the Sarkaz in midair. Behind him, all the guns on his ships are pointed in the same direction. You just skipped this EX and CMs. It was like an hour. Yeah, next weekend. Fuck, we need to fucking, I need to build my units. Nazalim, I will defeat you, just like all the other mighty foes that have fallen at my hands. We'll probably go to 1411 chat. We'll go to 1411 and then we'll probably end it there. And then after that, I'll probably stream on Twitch. Probably doing dailies in in Enfield or something. Hajimaru yo. I want this thing dead over here. Wow, look at that damage. Look at that minuscule damage from W. At least it's lore accurate though. At least we have a lore accurate team relatively. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, I think we're Bing chilling. At least I hope. Gosh dang it. Hopefully my pot 5 Levithan has something to say to that CC. Hopefully Zip. Or maybe she already is falling out with Fangy being so good as it's just for a general DPS. You know about the shield enemies? Alright, you just drop, but still drop win. It's kind of weird seeing stage 5 playing the storm mechanics story chapter when I started watching during the storm mechanics CC. Lore accurate, sure. Say just say it that Wisdom is not SMM3. No, she's not. Here comes the horde. Yeah, I did not expect that. You can do it. Thank you, Zip. Just 1 point still S3. Let me get a drink. Let me get a drink before we start reading again. Look at this. My mod doesn't even have any faith. She says GG like I'm gonna lose. "65 hours into the operation." 65 hours, that's what? How many? That's what? So 3 days is 72 hours, so almost 3 days. New setup spot is a temporary. I don't know, Nano. From the way things are looking, this might be a permanent spot, Nano. But my dad ordered a thing for my grandpa. It's a pager. So whenever my grandpa needs me, he can just push the pager, and it'll let me know that he needs me. And speaking of, let me go check on my grandpa real quick. But yeah, chat, this might be a temporary spot. But we'll see. I'll probably be watching him maybe 4 or 3 days out of the week. Until we can. But for now, I'm gonna be watching over him. Um, sooner sooner or later, we'll probably my family probably get a someone to come up here and help me look after him. What do you mean, Zip? I never goon. Thanks, Nano. No Nut November? What do you mean? There's no such thing as No Nut November. It's 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 ne- Release the stage while we know the Goon Cave exists. No. The Goon Cave is is Photoshop. We literally do not have a Goon Cave, unfortunately. Yeah. Mine is it's non-stop November. non non-stop November. The battle between the Ducal Alliance and the Naxer is brutal. What did I just come into here and heard? Nothing, Ribbon. You heard nothing. I wonder how often my streams will get demonetized whenever I get like ads on YouTube and stuff. Whenever I get monetized on YouTube. No, no, what? June? What? Do not have ads on the stream. Hey, depends if I get enough income without if I get enough income and support on YouTube um to the point where I don't need ads, I'll definitely not use ads, chat. That I honestly it I really want my channel to not have ads for a better viewing experience. So like um the more I support I get, the less ads I'll be putting. The battle between, let's see, just further ahead is Silver Rock Bluffs. The original response is intense, and the vehicle has already been paralyzed. I don't know how much that amounts to, but yeah. Yeah, I think I mean, even if you have YouTube Premium, I think I still get like something out of it, even if you watch my channels and stuff. Yeah, Vina should be arriving in the front lines soon. The exemplars have a tough task ahead of them. When the sign of kings and the stone of the sword become one, we'll be able to see it from our position. Catastrophes be sundered. It's only a myth. When people see things that defy explanation, they tend to exaggerate and romanticize them when passing down those to generations. The sign of kings and the shard, the Victorians' shield and spear. Chat, chat. You know what? I want to do this. I'm curious. I'm curious. And I will start the poll. Okay, never mind, I can't. Let's see. Yeah, wait, I myself can't pick. I'm not voting. Why, Erald? The shard is an application of Originium on the same level as large-scale witchcraft devices, and the Sign of Kings is able to neutralize certain Originium reactions. I see you've done your homework. Originium is often linked to a chronic disease. To this day, the people of Terra's best solution to catastrophes has been and still is to avoid them. It is incredibly difficult for people to directly intervene in the mechanism of Originium, but the Victorians have long mastered these tools to save themselves. The origin of the Sign of Kings lies not in Victoria, right? In a conundrum. Closure? I mean, Closure is good too, but is she on the level of Calcit and Teresa? Is Closure on the same tier list as Calcit and Teresa? Calcit and Teresa are temporary. Never say that, Zip, because there is a chance that we have Calcit and we have Teresa in Enfield. The first time I saw the Sign of Kings was deep within the palace of the Sahasha in Sargon. She's been around as long as them. No. That would mean Closure has been. That means Closure is about 14,000 years old. She is not older than the fucking Naxer Nasalam. To be in Enfield. We have Calcit Enfield. It's M3, bro. No, it's not. That's Monster, isn't it? People regard it as a symbol of the Aslan royal authority and believe that it can protect any settlement or city. This is indeed true. It is able to neutralize Originium reactions to a certain extent. You don't be particularly concerned about that caveat. That's right, no matter how much effort the Sargonian casters put into unearthing and retrofitting it, it was nothing but a former city defense device. You get Frost Nova first. Oh my god, if we get Frost Nova in Enfield, then that's a sign. That's literally a sign that we can get Teresa and Catsit. During the era in which it was put to use, Originium was not yet widely available across the continent. Rosno and Enfield blows the door wide open. White copium, so much cope. The room is the tank of copium. It's not cope if it's possible. Chat. I'm pretty lucky in my predictions because I predicted shit like a year later into my, maybe not a year, but at least 6 months into the future, which is pretty funny. We'll get Frostnova, then surprise our 6th time, then those two. Teresa Grave is there. You know, Jean, just because her grave is there doesn't mean we can't have her. I trust it will be able to temporarily put a stop to Amnanum and give the Firmament Spine an opportunity to take off, but it is not an inhibitor that can completely seal Originium activity. Have you been disappointed too many times over all these years? Doctor, from your current perspective, what do you think Originium is? A phenomenon brimming with the unknown, a resource to exploit, perhaps a source of disaster and disease? What is Originium to me? Originium is a natural disaster that comes with valuable resources that are dangerous to handle. It's like, yeah, it's like what was it? Chat, you know how like chat, do you know how like those crystal caves are like formed? They're like the caves are flooded within water, and that water floods, and it like I forgot what happens, but like they make those crystal caves. It's kind of like no, that's a bad analogy. Think of a dinosaur. The dinosaur is a natural disaster. Them turning into oil after being buried for thousands of years is the resource, and then handling it carefully comes later. This is basically it. Originium is dinosaurs. That is it, chat. That Originium is Arknight. It's Terra's version of dinosaurs. Emerald, I have to because like I need it to be close so where you guys can hear me, and I won't need to like yell or like speak loudly because I'm trying to stay quiet for my grandpa. I came back to you explaining the era of dinosaurs. What is happening? Holy shit, ASMR. That's just the decay of organic matter. Still, it's a resource, Nano. But dinos are not the source of our oil. It's part of it. It's part of it. Bro's making a podcast, stage right kissing all of us through the mic. There you go, chat. You don't want to because your answer would be all of the above. Nah, I mean, at least it wasn't a French kiss. Are you sure? Are you sure, Zip? Also, funny enough, oil exists in Arknights, but people are like, nah, this stuff sucks. I can't live. Stop. You can't go, so he's going. This is the part you told me that I don't think that's ASMR at all. I'll unsub and commit. Just come back, Gene. Just come back later. Just come back later, Gene. I see that tongue action. No, please, please don't. I need it. I really do. Originium has long been inextricably woven into everything we see, our environment, our technology, our culture, and even our bodies. If a portion of a lamb is narcotic, cutting it off might solve the problem. Oh, lamb. What the fuck? If a portion of a limb is narcotic, cutting it off might solve the problem. But what if the problem stretches from beginning to end? There are some people who see you as omnipotent. Why are you looking at me? Doctor, you asked me if I ever experienced disappointment. Just once. It was us. She was disappointed in us, wasn't she, Chad? Is the knowing nosy? I'm not hitting the mic. That's not me hitting the mic. I'm not hitting the mic. That's probably me opening my mouth to speak. I allowed myself to become overly dependent on one person, made a series of poor judgment, and paid the price. That's not her fault, though. That's really not her fault. Man, chat, no one wants cat sit? Is it just me, or does no one like cats? Like, is there no, there's no competition between cat sit and Teresa, chat? I allowed my but it doesn't mean that I'll stop believing. It is difficult enough to rebel against the very foundation of our origins. To pin your hopes on just one technology or one person is utterly unrealistic. There's no competition. No, I'm surprised. I'm really surprised. There's no competition. And the question wasn't, do we like cows? It's if we like Teresa more than Cowsit. I mean, it's basically the same question in a way. Well, I guess. Yeah, you know what? Never mind. Yeah, there's no competition, huh? Doctor Cowsit, please take a look at this. There's a cave up ahead. Next stage, now pick mom or dad. Who the hell's mom or dad? Someone's concealed the entrance. Crude, twisted, one of the Confessaria's illusions. I'm sure we'll find a witchcraft altar at its deepest point. We should go to where the original response is the strongest. It beats being completely unprepared. Under the influence of Amnamnam, Originium will come closer to its true nature. Under the influence of Amnamnam, Originium will come closer to its true nature. The crystal clusters will merge with all things living and dead at an increasing rate, sealing that data inside in an assimilated form. Sealing that data inside an assimilated form. You know what that sounds like, chat? Just like my earlier analysis of the dinosaur. It's like they're saying Originium is like, you know that theory where, like, if like a mosquito that took blood from a dinosaur has blood in their system of that dinosaur, so we can probably use the blood from the data from the mosquito to make a dinosaur. You know what I'm trying to say, chat? Fun fact: not all dinosaurs died. Out there's living dinos among us right now. Yeah, like the alligator, like the fucking Komodo dragon, and a chicken. Originium can only store information. So no, there's a theory that we can extract blood of dinosaurs from a mosquito that was feeding off a dinosaur. We take the blood from the mosquito that's been encased in an amber, and we splice it, or whatever you call it. Not splice, but we take the data from the mosquito to make a dinosaur. But all birds are dinos. No, like alligators are dinos. Orginium can only store information within its own structure. As such, any assimilated individuals will completely lose the form they had in life. Some may see this as nothing more than instantaneous decomposition. You know what, chat? You know what? This sounds similar. This sounds like Orginium has a similar function to the furnace in Casdale, where like the furnace has like the souls of like Casdinians or whatever you want to call them. Like you get what I'm trying to say, chat? That's why I'm saying, Zip, it's just a theory. Just like those who died due to an orphathy outbreak. There are some parallels in the case of these patients. After their consciousness disperses, their bodies will disintegrate into highly active orginium dust over a period of time. Assimilation, on the other hand, condenses this entire process to the extreme. Rhodes Island technology can only delay cell orginium assimilation rate from reaching a certain threshold. We are not able to truly erect a barrier that can stave off orginium. Don't worry too much about that, Doctor. The orginium saturation rate in our current environment is far from an extreme level. Are related, but they're further apart from dinos and every bird currently in existence. Really? I thought alligators would be closer. It's hard for me not to worry. Right now, we can still breathe and move about. If we're quick enough to stop the orginium from spreading further, all hope is not yet lost. Oh right, I was gonna say, will the doctor be okay walking in this orginium dense environment? But like, what, the doctor's immune to orginium, right, chat? Me dancing for a mate? Oh my god, Zip, I know what you're talking about. Dr. Calcit, Doctor, I can hear enemy movements. Logos, please prepare to intercept the enemy. Intruders. Chat, do we have any conversarias in Enfield? It's the Bansheean. There are quite a few guards, but they're not difficult to manage. Hold on, chat, let me go check on my grandpa real quick. There must be greater dangers yet lurking in the shadows. Doctor, please stay close to us. The interference of Confessaria's witchcraft is making it hard for me to pinpoint the exact location, but the blood of T-Kaz is undoubtedly nearby. T-Kaz blood rouses the first orginium from its slumber. Over the millennia, the fate of the Sarkas has been tangled together with orginium. Amiya and Logos are suffering, only rather they've shouldered this pain the entire time just to come this far. What about you then? You think all the times Cal's had to suppress the words she wished to say? You are not only a witness and a bystander. Surely you share a deeper connection with Orginium, with this war, and with everything that's been going on. Hmm. This is the blood of T-Kaz. Duck Ariel's obsession. This so-called pure blood is free of impurities. By itself, it possesses no inherent power. Amya cut off its connection to the altar. Got it. Yeah, like, man, I didn't. I thought there'd be at least some calcit enjoyers. Wait. Sorry, chat, I'm listening for my grandpa. I'm making sure that's his snoring I'm hearing. It seems like it seems like he's doing fine. Dr. Calcit? Monster attacked the corpse of that guard over there. There's a what the fuck? No, there's more than just one. All those defeated Confessarius guard weren't real guards at all. Near perfect replicas. Only he could decorate this cave to look nearly identical to a real altar. This was a trap designed to lure us in. Damatsi. Amya, get behind me. Chat, I thought Damatsi was on our side. Like at least one. Monster stands in front of you, and you grip Amya's hand tightly. No, literally with a landslide. The blood of T-Kaz is collapsing along with the entire altar, the surrounding rock walls pressing even closer. The illusion is no more, but the shifting terrain is real. The real altar must still be functioning. Orginium continues to grow, and it will soon consume everything you see. Doctor, we seem to have fallen into the deepest level of the false altar. The Orginium was shifting too fast, and I only had time to grab onto you. I don't know where Dr. Calcit and Logos are. There's too much Orginium here. Too much information. I can't sense them at all. What they want is the King of Sarkaz. The cluster has its own side. Well, there is reason she has a grave and not Calcit. Ah. More love for someone else. Wait, Omega Coke has no grave because she is alive. Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. Cat, are we? I thought we died for a second there. This throws her to Talos too. Hey Mirai, how you doing? Mirai is stealing Amia chat. The ground is still sinking. Are the crystal clusters still spreading? Wait, that's... Losing my mind or RA? Reclamation algorithm? A monster suddenly crawls forth from the Orginium depths. The horns of a Wendigo, the body of a gargoyle, the flames of a Diablo. You have seen these before in the confessori stone sculptures of various Sarkas tribes, but never before sharing the same body. Thanks, Marai. You have a good one. His emotions are chaotic. I see only memories, fragmented, blurry, and meshed together. So, chat, would the canon fight of this be solo Amiya? There will be many more, Doctor. This is the cave that gave birth to them. The Kansari sculpted them from Sarkas blood and Originium and gave birth to these creatures. They're alive, Doctor. They aren't chunks of rock or constructs of witchcraft. They are living beings, but they obey only the call of the Kansarius. They do not feel any pain, nor do they cry for their fate. People would normally call these creatures monsters. That's right, monsters. Or alternatively, chimeras. Who are you even mourning for? For these mindless kin, or for yourself? The chimera forced to wear a crown? Chat, do they call Ami a chimera because she holds the Sarkaz crown? Or is Ami herself the chimera? Cause she's just a rabbit, like what's her name? We meet her in story in Babel, I believe. Not Siege, something else. I don't think they ever really specified why. The only thing I can think of is because she has the crown of the Sarkaz. Maybe that's why they call her a chimera. Or the Lord Demons when you need them. I got no clue. The fight is about to begin. Doctor, I won't let the Kusari trap me a second time. I'm not so fragile as to let these illusions and nightmares get to me. That name Chimera is no different from those dream interrogations. I have heard it many times before. I have no right to be here if I let myself get shaken by that. Beyond that, however, I swore that I will never let my immaturity drag you down again. A tiny crown appears above the head of the Kautas girl. Black lines interweave and take form between her fingers. Your connection with the king is deepening. Perhaps, but it might not be enough. Amiya, don't be in such a hurry to leave. These clones are nothing before my incantations, Damatsi. Or as you once put it, it is time wasted. We remember that performance and that stroll. We talked for quite some time. That day you at least still considered yourself a lord of the royal court, despite having a different appearance. What are you now? We try to take on different identities, but these varying journeys have yet to provide us with an answer. What we conclude is the path has neither beginning nor end. It is a cycle. Yeah, I was thinking, chat, will we ever get that as a skin? And you sought out death to prove it. At death's end is nothingness. The myriad souls you speak of had said nothing to us. Banshee, how did it feel to sound the bone whistle for us? Shatter. It's not a skin, a $300 figure. $300 fucking dollar figure. There's no end to them. This is all you can muster? You've lost a lot of bite after your first death. The clone, destroyed by the incantation, does not dissipate into nothingness as before. Instead, that body simply collapses, sinking into the Urgedium tides until it quickly disappears without a trace. From it, a hand resembled a withered branch extends from within the crystal cluster. Pseudoram. Banshee, you once killed me as well. On the battlefield, I am not one of you. In Casdil, I was ordered to kill those who betrayed the royal court. You got in my way and separated my head from my shoulders with your incantation. You were but a child then, with a puerile voice. I remember you. The traitors you mentioned were a family of 3 who wanted to flee Casdil in search of a peaceful life. They swore an oath of fealty to the royal court. The royal court should never be held above ordinary Sarkaz. You may have been a war hero of Casdil once, but I cannot allow you to slaughter civilians. Where are the Enfield enemies? What do you mean? They're the bandits running around in Valley. How much is the current monster figure? Is it monster or is it waifu monster? So you choose Babel and Teresa, all for the sake of your so-called ordinary Sarkaz. That is the righteous path to the future. Is that excuses for enemies? But even after she died, you still didn't return to Casdil. You even helped those outsiders steal away the king of Sarkaz. Monster waifu is 240. 240 for monster waifu? 240? That doesn't sound bad at all. The inheritance of the king. What does it look like? Nano, can you send a picture of it in Discord? The inheritance of the king of Sarkaz was a decision made by Her Highness Teresa. You killed me with your own hands. When your incantations were coiling around my heart, strangling it, I couldn't believe it. After fighting alongside each other for so many years, whether you felt towards me paled in comparison to those outsiders. The potted golden grass you left behind on the ship is growing well now. After Her Highness' death, how many comrades did you slay with your own hands during the eternal strife that engulfed Babel? I'll check it in a minute. The belongings left behind by so many people, I'm sure there's enough of them to fill your whole room, huh? Do you feel sorrow every time you look at the patch of grass I planted in that pot on a whim? If I were to feel sorrow, it would be because even death has denied you the solace you deserve. Dematsi, you were never so keen to dress yourself up as the dead before. This exchange of words cannot provide you with any answers, nor can probing my emotion. The dead do not respond. They continue to emerge from the dark crystal cluster. Many faces, some similar, others not, all of them Sarkaz. Your innate abilities are resonating with the information stored inside the Orgenium, seeing as how your powers have grown thanks to the Orgenium. Logos raised one hand. So, chat, so that means if Dematsi becomes an RI operator, we can ask Dematsi to replicate Frost Nova for us, right? No incantation are needed, just a low humming sound from the vibrations of the rock walls. We are beating up helpless femboys. No, like, they do look a little twinkish, don't they? In a heartbeat, all of the Motsi's clones are shattered. Just as expected, there's one left, the very last one. It's you. The vampire stands there in the cave's depths. Excuse me. His expression almost identical to when he stood atop the Fernamont skull that day. It's not a fake if you don't think of it as a fake, Erod. However, it is no longer fresh blood that rolls around him as before, but rather clusters of virginium crystal. Maybe a bit security considering I just dropped it on a custom. Would you drop it on, Nano? Truly cold behavior. Logos can feel the blood in his body stirring. The Sangrenarch of vampires, Dukorio. You're not like the others, I know this. You are not one of the Demacia avatars. Lord Demacia, this portion of you decided to assist. No, we have no interest in helping anyone in particular. We are simply searching for answers. Calcit, we have met you before when the Sarkas were not yet Sarkas. You walked across us. I have no recollection of any such meeting. At that time we were unable to speak, and then the first king of TCAS came in contact. Hold on, chat, I'll be right back. The first king of TCAS came in contact with Originium. That was our first awakening. The first individual rose up from among us. We felt one another. We had existed for an unknown amount of time before that, but it was only at that moment when we became aware of our existence. Because we began to think. Originium will assimilate all life forms it comes into contact with. Not just you, but also the original vampires, banshees, and wendigos. All TCAS have changed. You are approaching the form of another entity that once existed on this land. Then what are you? Chat, is monster a cluster of Originium? It seems extremely averse to seeing another self. Calcit, the immortal. Do you still remember what you looked like at first? The immortal is a figment of certain people's imaginations and a misinterpretation of myself. Time leaves its marks upon me all the same. The original entity by the name of Calcit has long been lost beneath the golden sands. But you are still yourself. We were watching as you were born at Teresa's side. You are different from your previous self, from your appearance to your personality. We are used to constant change for the sake of survival. Among the Sarkas, the Demacia cluster is unique. We once thought you were like us. We know many Calcit, just as Calcit knows many of us. However, we will always be whole. Each Demacia is a receptor for us to feel this land. But Calcit is different. Each Calcit is still you. Chat, can Demacia disguise itself as a Seaborn and infiltrate the Seaborn and learn from them? I do believe that to be true. Why? Is it the inheritance of memory that makes you so persistent? Maybe memory can be easily tampered with and implemented. This we know, for many long-lived beings have tried such methods. Like, will the Seaborn attack it on sight and recognize it's not one of them, or will the Seaborn be fooled? Such immortality is nothing but an empty lie. then is it some kind of duty? I won't deny that my life has been duty bound from the moment I was born. Looking back, I don't think I've ever truly been alive. The substance that makes up your body have all been replaced. The memories inherited from your previous self are unreliable. The mission imposed upon you may not even be your own. Calcit, what is it that has kept the continuity of you across these lands of thousands of what? Continuity of you across these thousands of years. Would want it to play out really. I mean, from how the Seaborn how their behavior is, I think it would recognize it's not part of the pack and assault the Motzi. A sore thumb. Yeah, they might recognize it's not part of the pack, and yeah. A name, a unique name or a title. It is a question that so many emotionally deprived sarcasts would be keenly interested in. This name has many meanings. The person who gave me this name and the people I care about are now in danger. This isn't the time for us to be having this chat. We did not expect you to be this sentimental, monster. The imitation or the recognition, excitement, how? I feel like recognition. To me, recognition would, but imitation would be probably a more exciting one. 14.8. Reading 14.8 for 2 hours, chat. Recognition would make the most sense, but imitation would be a probably more interesting. I mean, the devs can definitely make something out of it, even either way, if they're dev enough. Yeah, it is pretty long, honestly. It's hard to keep reading without drinking water. I'm drinking water after every time we finish reading a section. There's one more. I'm afraid it won't be that easy. My cute little king of sarcasm, you've already broken 5 of my pets. Shall I take a guess at how long you will hold out yet? You gave life to those beings of witchcraft just to use them as expendable tools to hold me back. It did take me a bit of time to create these chimeras. You're so cruel. You go around spreading that rash of empathy everywhere, just like Teresa. When she lost to Teresa's, the regent thought it would be a good opportunity to retake the crown, but to our surprise, she had already passed it on to you before she died. Quite the well-conceived plot. Even with our eyes and ears everywhere, we were unable to detect it before it happened. Were you also fooled by her lies, Doctor? I know nothing about any of this. Poor soul, you don't even remember a thing. Oh fuck, what the fuck? Ah shit. Chat, what did it say? You desperately serve this king of sarcasm. Is it the form of king's manipulation, or is it because you truly love her from the bottom of your heart? Okay. Quiet starts. Ambition will bring even greater harm to the sarcasm. Teresa would never allow him to usurp the crown. Such meaningless prattle, my dear little rabbit. Just ask anyone on the streets of Kazel and they will tell you for us, the departure of the king of sarcasm is the gravest disaster. Alright, spare me whatever you might say about fairness. The inheritance of the king of sarcasm has always been filled with accidents, and Teresa's actions were no different from what we did. We all sought to make this power easier to control. Sure? Not so much. Is that how I'm gonna pronounce it? Definitely. Will it be right? Will it be the same pronunciation every time? Definitely not. The inheritance of the king of sarcasm has always been... Our regent believes more deeply in the connection between blood and soul. I already did, Zip. I already have. You just weren't here when I did. The pain they're enduring, are these emotions also instilled and manipulated by witchcraft? The original activation levels are changing extremely quickly. We are still in 14.8. There's a good number of names in ARKNIGHTS that are like, okay, that's how I'm going to read them in my head. You can definitely pronounce Amia as Amaya or Amia or Amaya. Doctor, you don't need to worry. I can get accustomed to this serious witchcraft. Over the last few years, I've been learning. I remember all the treatment methods Teresa taught me, as well as all the instructions I've received from Dr. Calcit. I can feel the connection between me and the King of Sarcasm. It has not left me. It just hurts a little bit, that's all. Utterly meaningless. Now go. That one is of no value anymore. The crazed chimera rushes towards you. From Chernobog to Londinium, you've encountered all forms of foes, some of which defied your wildest imaginations. But the enemy before you looks like the most formidable of all. It is the production of the Kasari's manipulator of blood, combined with the ultimate embodiment of Sarkaz's physical strength. Michigan Waya. Salas said that Sarkaz are much stronger than Caucasus, but you know that even Amia's body is vastly stronger than yours. And yet, you still have an advantage. Something sets you aside from others, something that makes you one of a kind. I have laser eyes. I won't let you. The black lines of the Sarkaz King run through the chimera in front of you, but the claws of another chimera about to reach your head. Take a small step back. Ooh, I do the famed sidestep. Crystal clusters are violently multiplying at the position you stood just a moment ago. One after another, like flower brought into full bloom through arts, sharp stones tear the ground and rock wall. Sergeant Johnson. The same is also true for the chimera closest to you. Its massive body crashes to the ground. Orginium dust kicked up in every direction, rumbling and coiling, and exploding in a dazzling gold. Just as calculated, the surrounding Orgenium rocks have reached a crucial point of collapse, overcharged by witchcraft energies. A mist of fine crystal rains down onto your mask. You gaze upon them, harboring no ill sentiments whatsoever. Originium will never harm you, and deep down you realize this once again, but the same is not true for others. An instinctive fear swirls in the eyes above Ami and Solace. Ami approaches you steadfastly, while Solace shows a hint of hesitation. Okay. And it was in that moment, just one brief moment. My hands and feet. Banshee. Solace is about to let out a scream, but the ensuing incantation preemptively seals her power. Your voice is grating to the ears. You spend too much time playing with pelts while knowing nothing about weaving a stanza. Okay, Logos, now bring her to my basement. Right. Solace. The black particles no longer revolve around you, but instead form into a sharp sword. You can't help but to look into the face of the blue-haired Quasarius. Edgy? I mean, it's fucking Logos. What do you expect from Logos? Her emotions have almost faded away, as if already having made peace with the imminent fatal blow. So this is it. The King of Sarkaz's verdict. Don't misunderstand, I did everything I could to try to survive. I failed to recapture the King of Sarkaz for the leader and made a grave mistake, which is why I was deceived by the cunning pest beside you. For the sake of this life, I should try to atone for my sins. Is that it? You were willing to sacrifice yourself for Taj's plot. He is our father, our progenitor. Disobedience is not an option. I truly hate Sinag, and I hate you too. Why do you choose to resist, Amia? Are we not just chimeras implanted with hope? Obstruction. The exploding blood mist is blocked by an invisible force. Shortly afterwards, the blood mist that obscured your view gradually dissipates, and silence falls over the entire cave. She got away. She galvanized the blood dripping from her wounds. She would have no means to fully resist my incantations. Such an action would only tear her further apart. As long as Sala is not killed completely, she will find a way to escape. You heard her say it herself. She sees this life as precious. Where do you think she'll escape to? Her mansion is probably to safeguard the blood of T-Kaz, right? Since she could not stop us at the fake altar, she would definitely turn to the real one. I have met your expectations. I understand your plan, Doctor, but it's far too risky. I can't approve of what you did then. If you try pulling a stunt like that again, I'll get angry. I'll keep that in mind. We don't have the luxury of time. That's right, we need to pick up the pace. Cowset stares at an object on the ground. You recognize it as the Kamsar's mask left behind by Solace as she fled. We underestimated Quasar Previously, he suddenly appeared before me and Shining, kidnapping Nightingale and revealing his intent to usurp the King of Sarkaz. He has been lurking in the shadows for thousands of years for this moment. He would certainly not make any rash moves until goal is accomplished. He wanted others to think that he was solely after the Black Crown. The King of Sarkaz is a natural force. Whether it heralds the arrival of calamity or averts it depends on the wielder. Which is most likely why Kwarsat seeks the crown. He wants that authority to be vested within his own hands, to touch those secret paths down for eons, to seek even greater power from the point of origination, the first originium. Kwai Sartustaj, Duk Ariel, and Teresis, while their ultimate While their ultimate goal may be different, they all converge upon the same direction. The Sarkas have always been deeply influenced by Originium. I fear, however, that this influence is being directed on purpose, or that it is uncontrollably penetrating into a deeper level. I think I'll be fine. Your physical condition has stabilized. Logos says that the lingering traces of Confessarius witchcraft have already dissipated. Thank you. You have cracks in at least 3 rings. It's nothing serious, just some battle damage, that's all. The rings aren't the problem, Amia. Since the battle for the command tower started, don't you think you've been taking on too many memories and emotions? Those aren't going away. It's your own psyche that is tearing these rings apart, and no instrument is enough to contain such a torrent of emotions. The rings can't, but I can. I'm not just an instrument. These emotions were forced on me by someone else, yes, but I choose to reach out to them, to experience them, to feel them. If I said it wasn't painful, that'd be a lie. I don't want to deceive anyone else or myself by acting as if that pain doesn't exist, but I've pretty much gotten used to it. It's like wading through a swamp with a heavy load on your back. Amiya, I'd recommend reinforcing those rings. No. To save even more people, I need even more power. I've told you again and again that this is what I wish for. Amiya's like, no, Mama. No, we do not do that here. Doctor, how's Amiya doing? Or Auntie. Is Calcit Auntie? Teresa is Mama? And Doctor is Dad? The solutions we have for all these problems are only stopgaps at best. That feeling of seeing yourself as everything around you sliding into the abyss is no less harrowing than physical illness or pain. Amiya is unwavering. When Her Highness Teresa brought her before us for the very first time, she was but a child. I still remember her gaze lingering on the feathers of my horns. Even I found myself somewhat shocked. There was no fear in that child's eyes, only a friendly curiosity. No, it's the doctor, Nano, only the doctor. I as the doctor. I was planning to take a step back like Scout and the others, but Amiya actually came up to approach us herself. That was a time when a good chunk of Babel's core members were Sarkaz. We had horns of all shapes on our heads, some more imposing than others, and there were crystals all over our bodies. I wonder how many Sarkazs are left all this time. That Johnson. I've seen my fair share of Rimbilton's Cautis caravans, so I know that those timid Mild-mannered Caucasus often found it difficult to suppress their instinctive fear when they came face to face with a sarcasm. Maybe that was just her nature, or she had an exceptional upbringing. Amia showed no sign of distinguishing between the sarcasm and any other race. She naturally treated everyone with kindness, which is why I was not surprised at all when I learned that Teresa chose Amia to be her successor. Even though you were Lord of the Royal Court, you were in support of inheriting the title of the King of Sarkaz. For me, that wasn't even the most difficult part of the decision. Doctor, I just ran into some old friends. Among them was one of my former Babel comrades, whom I killed with my own hands. After Her Highness Teresa's death, a rebellion broke out on... What? A rebellion? A number of Babel members refused to give up on the war. Okay, I thought they betrayed Rhodes Island. They and a number of Sarkaz warriors decided that we ought to take revenge and return to Kazdel to reclaim power, but the more extreme among them... Oh no, they definitely wanted to kill Amia because Amia isn't Sarkaz. The team that once belonged to the King of Sarkaz turned completely away from Kazdel. The team that once belonged to the King of turned completely away from Kaz. They saw this as a despicable theft, an unforgivable betrayal, and Dr. Kaz, along with the non-Sarkaz members of Babel, were seen as the culprits. Many of them truly believed in Teresa and were willing to lay down their lives for her and Babel's ideals. The man I killed almost lost his life at the hands of a military commissioned caster. I saved him only to take his life later on. Logos, the Babel member, already made his choice. After the rebellion, the mercenaries and the Sarkaz warriors pretty much all chose to leave. So that's why we don't have. So is that why I don't see many Sarkaz members more often? Because I always wondered. Babel was mainly a Kazdel situated organization, but you don't see much Sarkaz in this main story, and I see that's why. Okay. That answers my question. Amongst Babel official rank and file, only a few decided to remain. Yeah, the ship, because the company didn't exist then. Babel transitioned into RI, the company. Babel was no more, and Calcit forbade anyone from mentioning the King of Sarkaz. Why did you stay with Rhodes Island? It's true that I did plan to return to the valley following Her Highness's death. Kazdel had lost its king, and nobody could predict its future. As the master of the Elegiac court, I could not run away from my duty to my home. But before I left, Scout pulled me aside and said that he and Misery were throwing a farewell party for me. Many of the engineering staff are Sarkaz, but they're toiling away on the engines that power our eye. Really? Not Victorian? They're Sarkaz, not Victorian, because I would assume Victorian engineers would be mainly RI maintenance team or something, you know? There's a few pieces of the story I need to reread. What are you thinking of, Nano? I said that drinking was out of the question and that I didn't want to ruin my new change of clothes, but turns out they wanted me to help paint. They were preparing to change the landship's marking. Outcast was the one who convinced me to take the job. No idea what kind of messed up rumors Closure had poured into her head. What's Closure? A vamp? We do see some sarcasm in like the boiler room or something at one point. When was this? She said banshee incantations are magical, and if I were to make the new sign, Rhodes Island would surely have a smooth future voyage, and that came from a sancta. That's not the initial metaphor, right? Do I be serious with him or do I lighten the mood? I'd be serious with him. Like completely from I went back. No, not no. Yeah, I know they didn't completely disappear, but like there's for 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 Babel to originate from Casdell and then transition into Rhodes Island, we have a small amount of like sarcasm units that we see in the story. Like even in the anime, you don't see many sarcasm like units. Um, but that's what I'm saying. Not they didn't all leave, but them originally being from Casdale, you don't see very many. Yeah, there's still sarcasm around, not like completely disappeared from my choose fast. Yeah, like, details, but it does happen next chapter. What, like we see sarcasm more in our eye? That was Closer's job, actually. I warned my colleagues not to let her slack off. The work was done in no time. I know, Jean, but I wanna like at least immerse myself in the story. Yeah, okay. Or I can only farm so many potatoes at once to support all the sarcasm on the payroll. Potatoes? I thought they wanted the blood and souls of their enemies. The work was done in no time. After finishing, we all looked up at the sign together. Ace asked when I was leaving, so I gave them 2 dates. The first was when I'd be leaving the landship. That very same day, the next was 3 days later. 72 hours is the shortest time needed to make a round trip from the place the landship was docked at and the Valley of the Banshees. When Ace heard that, he immediately told Scout to give him 5 days worth of booze money. Scout wagered that I'd be back in the valley for more than a week. As for Misery, he pulled a welcome back ribbon out of his pocket and replaced the farewell banner that he had originally put up as a joke. What the fuck? Hey, look, ribbon mention chat. Ribbon cameo. I carry a lot of responsibilities on my shoulders, and even if I don't want to set any of them down altogether, I still have to pick and choose what I prioritize. But potatoes are peak W lore. What? What, Nano? What are you telling me she uses explosive potatoes or something? But I knew from the very beginning that I made the right call. Doctor, I've not questioned you since you returned from Chernobyl. You have no memories of the past, so why do you choose to remain with Rhodes Island even now? Why are you willing to take immense risk and dive deep into the dangers ahead? The Ines potatoes? I don't remember the potatoes. Lord Banshee, Mr. Logos, the road ahead has been blocked. The Doctor and the King of Sarkaz would like you to hurry up. Logos is slowly growing on me. Logos is like Yi Sang to me. I didn't like Yi Sang. He was like one of my bottom to bottom characters that I didn't think I would like very much. But during his story, I liked him. I started to see more of him and his background and like the way he's lived. And I'm getting a little bit of that with Logos. I like this. These one-on-ones with the characters I like the most. Wants her pension to buy potatoes for the gang. What? I like Logos day one. And you grew on me too. And yeah, we'll finish on 11. I didn't say I was done soon, Quads. What are you talking about? A newly formed rift. This huge rift suddenly appeared out of nowhere. The blue-haired Confessarios went through it, so we're definitely on the right track. But right now, the Originium is reshaping the terrain with increasing frequency and severity. I can feel it. I trust that you can as well, Amiya. Oh no, I said we were gonna do that after we do 1411. I trust that you can as well, Amiya. The ground is trembling. The Sarkaz emotions are resonating violently with the Originium. Their rage is gathering and it shakes this land like a storm. When the blood of Tikaz is used in tandem with Amnanum, the battlefield itself becomes an art circle of colossal proportions. The Originium arts of the rampaging Sarkaz are amplified, and in turn, that increases power promotes the spread of Originium. No, dailies. A similar situation took place thousands of years ago. The Sarkaz acquired witchcraft through Originium. And through witchcraft, Amnanum was awakened. In the centuries to follow, violent storms filleted the land and great fissures cut deep into the earth. The Originium had almost completed its mission of devouring everything. That is not something I can do or should. The war ended before Originium could completely engulf the land. The elders, the ancients, and the Sarkaz all suffered losses so grievous that they were unable to carry out any more large-scale conquest. At least for the time being. Chat, I want a prequel to ARKNIGHTS. The next ARKNIGHTS game, they should call it ARKNIGHTS Calcit's Journey. And instead of being the Doctor, we're just Calcit. Traveling. Like Freeren. Calrin. Yeah, ARKNIGHTS, Calrin. At least for the time being, war knows no end. ARKNOONS? What's ARKNOONS? What's that stand for? ARK Mornings? I just like walk in the dust. Wait, what? Wait, what? I still need to do that, chat. I still need to do that one. Shit. Oh, that's fucked up. Oh no, 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 Ines, Ines. Ines, no, Ines. I forgot. What's this above their head, chat? What's this like lightning bolt? What's that signify? Ah, shit. Ah, fucking shit. No, 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 no. We're okay, chat. We're okay. We're fine. We're being chilling. Shit. Oh no. Fuck. No, I know my ops. I have no idea what the lightning bolt is. They never explained it to me. Maybe we don't need Buzdel over here, but I'll put her there just in case. I wonder where Blades is in all of this. Oh my god. Alright, there we go. The mysterious lighting symbol. I have no idea. Into the operation. Oh, we're still 68 hours in. Oh no, we're going to Vino's perspective. Smoke and thick fog tug and tear at one another. Hold on, chat. Let me go check on my grandpa real quick. No, I can hear him snoring. The deck of the gas trail is teeming with the seeds and withered branches of the Naxxers. 70% of guns that once breached countless fortresses have now fallen silent. Its teeth almost completely pulled and its talons wetted smooth. The logical next step is for this prey to be dismantled and devoured. However, the Naxxer's throne has also been pierced by dozens of lad-led fort crackers. With just one move, the god of war could be pulled from his throne. You have proven to me that war marches on. 200 years ago, no Victorian would have come even this far. And you, Sarkaz, you've proven that you're not just some decrepit old shadow. You are indeed a threat to this great land. Perhaps my warship should have paid you a visit sooner after I tore Gaul apart. Now this Duke of Wellington is badass. No, this dude is the embodiment of this meme, chat. Hold on, chat. Hold on, let me find it. Hold on, chat, here it is. Terra ain't surviving Kratos. Man, he's a backstabbing duke. He is, but he is raw. He is badass. But no, he is the embodiment of this meme, chat.
I don't want peace. I want problems, always!
Alright. You are in, you would have been afforded no such opportunity. None of you. A confessorious transmission, yes, in the direction of the blood of Tikaz. The Naxar King takes in the entirety of the battlefield. The enemy is trying to halt the storm. This might change the flow of battle, but it is hardly decisive. Even without the catastrophe, his warriors are just as savage, just as unrelenting. Wellington is a worthy opponent, but the fetters of time will soon drag him away. He has no place among the future's wars. Stand up, guy. I mean, he might be honor bound, maybe. He might be honor bound, but I don't know about backstabbing, yeah. He might challenge you, to a duel one-on-one. I prefer the beef version. The true threat comes from elsewhere. It comes from behind. Teresis and the Commissarius have reminded me that this is not the only battlefield. Will you attend to it personally? I have already received the wars promised to me by the military commission, present and future. The Naxar must fulfill their pact with the regent. But before I leave, I must sow some seeds of decay on the battlefield for me to reap upon my return. So wait, are we fighting the Naxar? Wait, chat. Are we... Chapter 14 is the final chapter of Act 2, right? A thick haze rises. Upon the battlefield, only the throne remains. Is that Naxar running away? No, in a real war, there is no retreat. Wait, General, look at the throne. It is? I feel like we're in the middle of the fucking everything. This doesn't look like we're gonna, like, this doesn't look like the end. There is some kind of mist pouring from it. This feels like the climax, and then after the climax is the ending or whatever. But this feels like the climax. Like this is the high, and it's gonna trickle down. Final chapter of Act 2. Yeah. There's some kind of mist pouring from it. Wait. Chapter 15 is the final chapter of Act 2? That isn't any ordinary mist. It's eating me from the inside. General, your body. Soldiers status report on the gastro. Damage to the cabins in excess of 60%. Per your previous orders, propulsion capabilities are largely intact. As for weapons, it is the last of Act 2. Okay, which is it, Nevergene? Which one is it? Like, is it chapter 14 or is it chapter 15 that's the last act of the last chapter of Act 2? That basically unusable and discarded on the spot. Roll out the Orginium cannons from the lower deck. Those are already obsolete but still enough to kill. Yes, sir. Read and find out. I'm just asking which is the last chapter because chapter 14 looks like it still seems like we started the war and we're in the middle of it. This doesn't look like it's gonna end in chapter 14. 15 is the start of Act 3. Okay. 15 is... Okay, so Act 2 ends here. Okay, okay. Okay, we'll see then. Notify the Gestro to retreat to G0 high ground according to the plan and continue to consolidate defenses there. Act 2 end is chapter 13. Then that means we've dealt with Teresis in chapter 13. But chapter 13 doesn't have Teresis. No. Gene, what the fuck? You're breaking my mind right now. If chapter 13 is the end of Act 2, then we've dealt with Teresis. Like this wouldn't be here. Misinfo. I guess she is. We will also follow at speed while ordering all current battle lines to fall back. Vote to eject Gene looking game unless you're trolling, then continue please. Next we'll send these sarcasms over to Caster and goaded in to handle. Any news from Shay? The captain and Lady Eblana have captured most of the Naxxir altars in this area. Yes, I saw. Her flames are very vivid. Medic, no need. General? A battlefield with no decisive conclusion will not be my end. Check the Discord. Where do I go? ARKNIGHTS? What? Yeah, like chapter 9 and all the way to 14 should be like, if I'm reading this right, should be the end of should be Act 2 still. Gene, 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 we both need to find out, huh? Alliance fleet command and emergency transmission. No, I saw the picture. Quads. 3 minutes left. We should be able to hear gunfire from our current position. Chat, how the hell do they fight with this on their head? Gene, you're drunk, go home. Yes, your Grace, Wellington's column is not far from ours, ensuring we'll be able to provide mutual support. This battle will determine Victoria's fate. Indeed, if it all goes well, then we'll be able to end this meaningless stalemate as quickly as possible. Those eyes surely burn with lust for battle. Do you think he has any ulterior motive? For 2 decades, my desk has been filled with intel related to him, along with its response proposals. As of late, these reports have been updating a dozen times a day. The true struggle begins after the sarcasm has been dealt with. But at this moment, Wellington isn't the only one who needs a decisive victory. The time has come. The assault is about to commence, and he has never failed to be punctual. Wait, did you look if Google would tell you which chapter was the end? Somebody's lying all the time. Do you hear that? The guest rail full broadside, such a different timbre it is compared to our ships. But after this battle, Castor's name will shine alongside Wellington's in the annals of Victorian military history. Drat, the comms have been cut. Your Grace, all signs from the Duke of Wellington have vanished. A group of Sark has suddenly emerged from the catastrophe and have engaged in battle with our frontline troops. Gene AI today. What the hell is Wellington doing acting alone at a time like this? That vainglorious fool, has he gone senile? Impossible. I do have a conjecture though. Do you think he deceived Castor, or rather everyone? That doesn't make any sense. This is the Iron Duke we're talking about. Why would he abandon the other, more easily manipulated dukes to go ally with the Sarkaz? It's a game of prisoner's dilemma among the dukes. How would the Duke of Wintermere, a warrior, treat her foes? She'd kill them all, and wipe the last speck of their blood across their seized spoils. Before he becomes first among the Victorian dukes, Wellington had already been leading troops for decades longer than your mother. As a noble among nobles, Castor was used to everyone playing the same set of rules. After spending too long seated in front of the card table, she might have forgotten that some unreasonable people, such as the gangster types, have a penchant for flipping the entire table. Hypothetically, if the Iron Duke truly saw all of Victoria as enemies rather than competitors, he'd never give Castor a single chip to bargain with. Catastrophe. The next wave of catastrophe struck far sooner than any of the catastrophe messengers predicted. All our comms have been knocked offline. How long for repairs? 15 minutes. No, we'll make it 10. Your Grace, you came back on Wellington's orders? Indeed, you're heavily injured. Who's responsible? Not any of the Iron Duke's men. He lost to that Sarkaz. After the Gestra opened fire, the next advance brigade emerged from the fog. They moved extremely quickly, using already deployed altars to destroy a small warship. Abercorn's infantry had already engaged them for a spell. We expected the Gestra to aid this ship, but he retreated instead. That's right, the Gestra has turned back. All of Wellington's other ships are covering the flagship's retreat. Their casters have also changed targets, relying on the covering fire from our ships to secure their own vessel's retreat. What about Abercorn and Ashworth's ships? Completely exposed to the Naxxter's assault. They expected to show up as support, but now find themselves facing the enemies head-on. Wellington's ships have completely blocked off the retreat. He's even trying to push Abercorn and the others toward the front lines. It won't be long until the remaining Alliance forces are wiped out and become sustenance for the Naxxters. Your Grace, the Alliance force dispatched to the heart of the battle has collapsed, and the Sarkaz will soon return to the rear where we are situated. The plan to cut off and encircle the Sarkaz has failed. We are at risk of getting surrounded ourselves. At risk? No, it's already too late. What's enveloping us is much more than the catastrophe. The signal's back online and we're running into a large contingent of Naxxterers. No, it's an entire army. There's another force approaching from the right. Is that their second army? They've already begun fighting. The catastrophe is amplifying the Naxxter's witchcraft. Our gene response is spiking sharply. Your Grace, watch yourself. Troops on the battlefield still able to receive any feeble signal at all simultaneously are sent a staticky message. The Gloriana has been confirmed destroyed. Oh! Yo! Vina remembers the first time she saw a high-speed battleship. Yo! Ripped asunder. Oh, hey, Iblana. Actually, no, how about just F9? It was sitting on her father's desk, a small-scale mondo only as long as an adult's forearm. Its crystal flagpole would fall over with just a little poke. Her father pushed her touchy-feely hands away, telling her that high-speed battleships are akin to metallic monsters that conquer the land. They, like the indomitable city of Londinium, were the crowning jewels of Victoria's industrial technology. Alexandrina, when you are older, I will take you aboard the newest battleship. You will see for yourself. Many years later, when Vina did in fact see one, it was only upon the battlefield. Be it Windermere's casters or Wellington's warship, they were so majestic that the people standing beneath them were mere specks in comparison. But at this moment, the broken warship in the palm of the colossal Orginium wave before her seemed to have reverted to the tiny toy she played with in her childhood. Yo, man, Londinium? Londinium is getting fucked up. That Orginium wave crushed the Gloriana into pieces. My eardrums are still aching. The sound of a warship being destroyed. I doubt there's anyone nearby who didn't hear it. The Duke driving that huge thing is dead, just like that. Hey, Dogda, you'd better not shit yourself. You're the one whose hands are shaking. You've been quiet this whole time, Dagda. What's on your mind? They made an example of the Duke of Castor at this crucial juncture. The Sarkaz's intentions are all too clear. What might that be? A warning? No, it's a message that the Sarkaz are about to launch an all-out attack. Inform all our comrades and prepare for the next assault. The Duke of Castor's not dead. Yo. This soundtrack reminds me of like the old Call of Duty like games where they during World War II, like Call of Duty 3, Big Red 1, and like the other ones. This soundtrack is like nostalgic kinda. Warren, our morale's completely shot right now. That was quite the commotion just now. Nobody has ever seen anything like that before, including us. But the captain already sent out a bunch of old vets to tag along with you and calm down the fresh greens. Looks like it's been working out. Bangpipe, don't hold them to our standards, even if you're just doing it subconsciously. The exemplars just happen to be a particularly special case. I got it, Captain. You said that the Duke of Castor is alive. You seem quite certain about that. Take a look. The muzzles of the Gloriana's cannon have been locked on since the very beginning. Oh, is it this? Chat, we're turning up the volume. There might be countless criticisms about Victoria's Grand Dukes, but holding that position for decades is no easy feat. Since the Gloriana has not ceased its resistance, that means the Duke of Castor has not perished. As for the actual situation, maybe that's something a Tribly Asher can clear up for us. As fucked as Londinium is getting, is it? Londinium? Londinium, right? Yeah. As fucked as Londinium is getting, they sure is they sure are like giving the Sarkaz hell for every step they take. He left the moment the Gloriana started to run into trouble. He might be in the vicinity trying to get in contact with the Gloriana to figure out what's actually going on. But from what he told us, the stone of the sword we're looking for is also right there. Siege, what's our next move? We just heard back from the outpost. The Gloriana has been completely surrounded by the Royal Court's blitz attack, and the Duke of Wellington has suddenly withdrawn his forces. The situation in the surrounding areas has rapidly deteriorated. Vina, I'm afraid that we'll have to halt our march at once. Was that only one chapter? No, it was two. Okay. 1410 chat, 1410. What the fuck? What the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? What is this? What is this? What the fuck did I just see? All hands, you are not to charge your route without authorization. Pass through the gas trails covering bombardment our area post haste. Cover the general return to the ship. Shells rain down on both sides of the mobile force that is moving at full speed. Smoke obscures their whereabouts, and wither artillery fire crushes the Sarkaz troops collapsing upon them. Hold on, chat. Before we continue, I need to use the restroom. That caught me off guard. Shells rain down on both sides of the mobile force that is moving at full speed. Smoke obscures their whereabouts, and withering artillery fire crushes the Sarkaz troops collapsing upon them. Wait, 200 meters ahead, I found something strange belonging to those Naxxers. The aura emanating from that throne seems to be letting those damn devils to replenish their ranks faster. They're closing in fast. They're trying to intercept us. General, do we need the flank guard to continue the diversion? No. Commander, run them over. Amidst the smoke, silent figures in white robes raised their long swords, sundering the artillery fire falling upon them. They disappeared into the plumes of smoke and dust kicked by the explosions. Prepare to intercept the enemy. 5, 4, 3, 2. Don't disappoint me. 1. Oh, it's fucking at Blana. The skies are raining fire. Not all death is alike, Sarkaz. Purple flames wreathe. The Duke of Wellington's entire mobile unit in a raising pillar of flame carves out a completely safe domain on the battlefield. A sanctuary brought by the flames of death. You've more than proven your trustworthiness, Lady Iblana. And I, too, admired your duel against death. However, your injuries are still severe and the Naxxer's deathly aura still eats away at your body. Your uniform may hide your injuries, but not from me. Take my hand, Your Grace. You should not be riding these rickety vehicles. Allow me to personally escort you back to Gastrel. Is she gonna turn into a dragon and she rides on her back? It's just a flesh wound. It's just a flesh wound. The Dukes have overcome death, The Duke who overcomes death ignores the Draco's outstretched hand, his body remaining upright with the help of his cane. Pain. Little more than that. Lady Iblana, your flames still burn a bit too hot. Make an opening in this wall of flame and I will lead the way. Don't worry, this cane has accompanied me through more dreadful battlefields. I will stand atop the Gastrel's bow and await Victoria's call for help. As you wish, my ever-faithful lord. If your body can no longer sustain your ambition, then I shall rekindle your heart with flames. Even death shall be no obstacle for your march forward. We are Tara. We shall stand upon the most glorious place in this land. Together we shall set this battlefield alight. Warning, warning. Damage. The hull is in excess of 65%. Navigating system offline. Propulsion system offline. Activating backup power supply. The engine room has been damaged and there are serious leakage of Virginium fuel. At 2:34, the Frederick was struck by 3 witchcraft shells simultaneously paralyzing its propulsion system. The combat zone is heavily contaminated by witchcraft. The 3 supporting frigates are unable to approach and currently dispatching infantry. The 2nd decisive line has incurred a fierce assault. The 9th Battalion Armored Corps is currently holding. Hold on, chat. I'll be right back. Funny enough, I had to buy milk today. The second defense line has incurred a fierce assault. The 9th Battalion are no, okay, yeah. Lieutenant Colonel Blake and Major Morning have been Lieutenant Colonel Blake and Major Morning has been slain. Captain Seymour is currently in command. The Excelsior has discovered an approaching squad of Naxxter casters. They've lost contact with the Intrepid, with no specific coordinates identified. Not for you, Princeps, not for you. Do you want my milk? Do you want my milk, Princeps? Dugona's 3 dreadnoughts are approaching full speed to provide support. Duke Abercorn and Duke Ashworth's assault battle groups are also responding to call for help. Hey, you're the one that said it. Dude, don't you Princeps. Princeps started it. So I ended it. Orginium activity is so rampant that it's off the charts. What the hell is that? Is the Orginium eating our ship? Your Grace, the situation is changing extremely quickly. The surviving Tribly Ashers have already been sent out, and the news they brought back have been compiled here. Our men are dying out there, and the Naxxters are turning the entire battlefield into a meat grinder. No, Errol, please. How many of us are still left? Less than a third. Your Grace should retreat. Our flagship still remains its defensive capabilities even in this condition. It should at least be able to clear a way back for you. I can't leave. Eileen, spread the word that I will be staying on the Glory. Use whatever means you have at your disposal. If I abandon the front line, the offensive line will inadvertently be routed. Victory will be yet another step further away from Victoria. What would the other soldiers think of us? That yet another Duke has abandoned them. When this battle is over, our soldiers must also remember what price I paid for this victory. I will continue to draw the Naxxter's fire. The other Dukes will surely come to my aid. They understand exactly what is and is not important at this current moment. Besides, my elite forces are all here. You are all the support I need. Nothing more needs to be said. Please don't chat. I've been stagnating at these numbers, please. I can't it's been really devastating. Watch out, Your Grace. I at least want to hit 50. We'll start by clearing out this cabin. Our march towards victory begins from this stronghold. Your Grace, as you command, then we must get our hands on the Sign of Kings. The Stone of the Sword is still here, undamaged. That is our best opportunity for a counterattack. Is the Tribly Asher who's been in contact with our lovely Vina still alive? Our communication channels are back online now. Excellent, get in touch with him. I have new orders for him. There's no end to them. Shells, where are the shells? Clark, dead, they're all dead. Vina, I've rescued another soldier. The enemy line up ahead is going to be hard to handle. Are you sure you want to keep pushing forward? Activating the Realm Blade is the best option we have for turning the tides of this battle. We've already come this far, and this is something only we can do. No, I went and checked to see if I was still at the same number I was when I started, and like I'm a little It's it does take a hit whenever you stay the same number for a couple weeks. Who are you? We're the exemplars. What's after this? Where we at? 1410, so we'll have 1411 next. The exemplars. Use your head, soldier. Don't charge right up to the enemy. Yeah, it makes it different, but is it different for the better or for the worse? So much blood, orpathy, and the suppressants. Damn it, we ran out a while ago. Hang in there a bit longer and don't move. There's a chance the origin crystals punctured your lungs. It doesn't matter anymore. What? Doctor, sir, just about all our men are dead. Clark was the second to last one. See that hand over there by your feet? That's all that's left of him. What can I do? Your name. Richard Patel. Private Patel. From your badge, I see you were assigned to the 9th Battalion Armored Corps and your commanding officer is Lieutenant Colonel Blake. If I recall correctly. Your company's mission is to protect Duke Castor's flagship. Who are you? Which unit are you from? Delphine, from the Exemplars. I'm just like you. I disposed those enemies. They took everything from me. I despise. But I still remember my mission. I'm here to aid you, Private Patel. Aid me. Duke Windermere is dead. I don't know if our esteemed Duke is still with us. And then there's the Iron Duke, the bloodied Codger. Wellington, he deserted the battlefield. What are you people even doing here? What hope do we have for victory? Dauphine subconsciously glances over at Vina, who stands not far away with the Silent King strapped to her back. Even if the Grand Dukes give up, we will not. Is that so? It's not going to last much longer. Shit, hurry up and spread out. He could implode at any moment. We won't have time to deal with him. Delphine sees the soldiers' bloodshot eyes, the determination and desire burning within them. Listen up, exemplars. There's a contingent of Naxxlers up ahead. Put me into that tank over there. Wait, Delphine, don't go near him. I can handle this. Very well. Allow me to help you, Private Patel. If this is your last wish, thank you. The battered tank hurtles toward the Sarkaz troops. Many of the exemplars have no idea what's going on until they heard the one last battle cry an ordinary soldier gave using his life. We will record all you've accomplished here today. Each and every member of the Duke of Castor's 9th Battalion Armored Corps was a good soldier, ready to defend the Gloriana and Victoria herself with their lives. Wait, what's going on? The dead are standing up. No, it's not the dead that are standing there. Withered branches, twigs sprout from the fallen bodies of the Naxxler warrior, extending in every direction, burrowing back into the fog where the scent of rot and decay is strongest. A figure rises from the fog and quickly approaches. Get back, Delphine. Luckily, it'll take more than that to kill me off. If we die here, our lives will get sucked up by the Naxxler altars and will turn into their food. Does that mean Private Patel's last wish was in vain, if these enemies cannot even be defeated by death? No, Delphine, he was able to slay this squad of Naxxlers. However, that monster's clearly weakened in trying to feed off death. Taking advantage of this opportunity and destroying the target, I'll cover you, Bagpipe, mark my flank. Private Patel's wish will not be in vain. We will charge out through the opening he created. Everyone, move it. Man, what a background, chat. What a background. They need to make like a live wallpaper, like a wallpaper engine live 2D of the background. Don't hesitate, slow down for a second and the whole situation might spread out of control. What are you still standing there for? You, don't tell me you're choosing now of all times to get cold feet. Getting cold feet? No, I just need to stay behind for the time being to fulfill my duty. Your Highness Alexandrina, please don't glare at me like that. I really do have urgent business to attend to. The Duke has given me her latest orders. The deal is off. You are to evacuate the Sign of Kings and await her further instructions. You will not be able to reach the stone of the sword, and this key must not fall into Sarkaz's hands. If necessary, special measures can be employed to ensure the safety of the Sign of Kings. How did I see this coming? There's no need to be so weary of me. I have been completely forthcoming when it comes to the Duke's orders. I know you're loath to abandon your quest for the stone of the sword, but count me in. My highest priority remains to ensure the safety of the Duke. But at a time like this, where am I supposed to find allies more trustworthy than the exemplars? Your Duke is not going to be happy with your decision. Would you look at that? We're already switched sides. Look at it this way. I'm outnumbered here and I don't have any way of dealing with all of you. Go, your Royal Highness. I hope your plan is a complete one. Don't worry, my dear aunt won't have anything to worry about. I know what I have to do. Wait, are they relatives? Vina's plans are never complicated, and that has proven surprisingly effective on this chaotic battlefield. Everyone in the exemplars know exactly what they're fighting for. Now matter. That's not right. It's no matter how the war forces them apart. In the end, those who survive will gather to lift the glass of victory. The plan is straightforward, Delphine. You're in charge of commanding from the periphery and pinning down the Sarkaz, laying siege to the Gloriana. Chip away at them and avoid direct engagement. Can you still walk? I don't think so. Then grab onto my back. I've moved you to safety. Well, there's nowhere that's safe anymore. But let's get behind that piece of the destroyed warship. Hide behind there for the time being. Don't worry about us. Right now, the Sign of Kings takes the highest priority. Don't be daft. Vina's team knows what to do with the Sign of Kings. Our mission right now is to contain the enemy and siphon off some of their firepower. Lieutenant, I need medical assistance over here. Fitz, where are you from? Eastham. I've been there before. They've got good leather. There's an open wound on the leg with visible puncture. Stop the bleeding first. Do you have pain anywhere else other than the wound? No, I'm just a bit tired, that's all. Do you have anyone on your mind right now, Fitz? Barry, from across the street. He still owes me. Don't say it. Just keep repeating it in your heart. Just repeat it to yourself over and over. Then go back home alive and tell him yourself. The patient is conscious and has no fractures, internal bleeding, or acute infection. Alright, the wound has been cleaned. I will now bandage it and apply anti-inflammation. He should be fine with some rest. You did well, Delphine. Lieutenant, do you ever think about wanting to rewind time to the day our ship was raided? If we can win, sure. I'm of the same mind. Because of my mistakes, my incompetence, we were miserably defeated by the Sarkaz. I don't want that to happen again today. Lieutenant, please take Fitz back. I'm still needed here. What about us, Vina? Travel lightly, quickly break through the encirclement and go for the pedestal horn. Bagpipe, we're counting on you to cover our flank. You heard that. Hannah, Morgan, Dagda, we're gonna charge forward and never look back. Sounds like we're rushing straight into a fight for our lives. I'm getting excited already. Shut it already, Hannah. This bunker's not gonna hold. Where's the location of the next bunker? The strange man in the hat already found it for us. Keep your eyes peeled for his signal. Those soldiers up there are Caster's guards. We're almost there. The bombardment is thinning out. Delphine's forces have managed to draw away a large chunk of their firepower. I can see the pedestal clearly now. Get down. Hold on, that attack just now wasn't from the Sarkaz. Captain, it's the Gloriana. The Gloriana has noticed us. Its guns are clearing the way for us. Pounce onto it. Press onward. They continue to charge into the Tempest to where the artillery fire converges, to where their enemies are. Hammer smashes into bone and sword cleaves through flesh. Those soldiers standing shoulder to shoulder are getting heavier injuries, yet they no longer bother to wipe the blood from their faces. They continue pressing forward no matter how perilous. They never stop. The Gloriana is right there in front of them, and Vina can already hear the roar of battle coming from above. Hold out a bit longer, we're about to break through. Instinct, you shall not pass. What's going on? I've lost all sensation in the arm holding my hammer. The sign of kings has been knocked flying after it. The sign of kings? That's the sword, but I had it on my back. Death. The final end. Vina, stand up. Help her. Bagpipe, cover my back. I need to reload. I can block the blades. Bloody hell, why can't I run any faster? A dark shadow. Something is approaching me. Vina. Victoria. Victoria. Wait a minute. Vina could never forget that voice, even if she can longer make out. Even if she can't make out all the information it contains, but her intuition tells her that it is a name that is associated with her entire life. The fucking Steam Knights coming at Victoria's darkest hour. Vina had fallen, and she's gonna get right back up. Oh man, look at this. Look at this. I'm gonna wait for it to zoom out so I can take a picture. Is this it? Yep, this is it. There we go. Oh man. The ground shatters, and along with it, 3 mobile altars. White vapor erupts and a fiery red blade emerges. Look, a Steam Knight. A Steam Knight stands with us. Yo, if I was Victorian and this happened, and Steam Knights were like a myth at this point, how hype would I be? Victoria's glory has returned and he stands with us. Perma fallen. Follow him into battle. Slay them, slay every last Sarkaz. Glory to Victoria. Slash, pierce, charge. The suits of armor. Emmy, this is chapter 14. What do you expect? The suits of armor fights valiantly and ferociously. The path behind him is soon littered with Sarkaz corpses and the fragments of shattered altars. Witchcraft missiles fall at his feet. Crossbow bolts fly toward him. Blades slash at his body, but he never stops. He cleaves apart the next enemy, sweeping them away, along with any traces they left on him. A Steam Knight still lives? That's right, we saw him inside the city. But why is he here now? He came for the sword. Vina, I can still fight, but the sword is gone. I see the sign of kings. It's lying on top of a pile of bodies in the combat zone. I'll retrieve it for you. Just as you said, ounce onto it and press onward. Don't look back. I promise you that the sword will appear when it is needed. Vina, I will keep going. Cover me. Something tells me this Tribly Asher that's been with us is gonna come back to us at the right time, but he's gonna be bloody and like dying or something. She clenched the hammer in her hands, shrugging off all doubt and hesitation. She has placed her trust not just in her partners, but also in the people who she had never trusted before. No, she placed her trust in all of Victoria, the Victoria she believes in. Run faster, almost there. Don't force it. Get hit again and you're a goner. The mobile altar, it stopped? Then who fired that shot? One of our own tanks? Vina, we're connected with the Duke of Faith's suit of armor. We've also located Captain Seymour. He's still alive. More troops are on their way to join us. We'll handle all those altars that are flying around. Great news, let's keep moving. Don't you dare get in our way. We've used up the last of our ammunition. That means it's come down to some good old CQC. Man, I can't wait to see bagpipe and horn throw hands. Roger that, Captain. Pretty nostalgic, right? Reminds me of our academy days. Let's see how these Sancta like our technique. Let's try. Let them try to get past us. The stone of the sword is right ahead, but that corrosive fog. Throw a hand at your face. Jean, what is your beef with me? I'm just trying to enjoy some good old horn and bagpipe hands throwing. Your Royal Highness, my colleagues have secured the Gloriana. The next time our cooperation is needed, the Exemplar will hear from this Tribly Asher once more. Finally, allow me to use my Originium arts as well as a little bit of authority to light your way. Man. Can they just use arts to make a sword for themselves? Jean has beef with you 24/7. That is true, Princeps. That is true. A ray of green light cuts through the dense fog of decay. Deep within the storm, the stone of the sword radiates with light. Oh, right, the sword. After thinking things through, one really should not disobey a duke's orders. Oh my god. You fucking rat. But I also made a promise to your Royal Highness. That's quite a pickle. Oh, okay, never mind. He's just joking. Oh, this is cool. I ask myself the same thing every day, Arald. Maybe I should just make Quaz lead mod. But be careful, Arald. Be careful what you say in chat. Alright then, catch. A silver light strikes across the battlefield, piercing through the fog. The sign of kings, a blade so common that it does not attract the attention of soldiers on either side of the battlefield. I've got it. Don't turn back now, Siege. This is the final stretch. Don't worry about me, Captain. Go with them. The storm rises from the battlefield, but the White Wolf has already leapt up. Aim, fire, and proceed. A procedure she knows by heart. Take it, Siege. The longsword left her hand, cutting through the air as countless eyes followed its path. Vina never looks back. She simply continues running, carefully listening to every last sound. Swoosh. The sound of metal vibrating through the air. The sound of air being cut apart by a sharp object. She forcefully throws down the hammer in her hands. Its massive head lodges into the cliffside, creating a tiny foothold for her. She steps on it and leaps, and when she extends her hand, the sign of kings has already found its way into her palm. Okay, Jean, why do you... No, don't even say such a thing. We don't want a Frost Nova incident. Indra, Morgan, remember how we used to chuck Molotov cocktails down the chimneys of the nobles? Yeah, we'd stand on each other's shoulders, but this time I'll be running ahead first. Well, because Jean is literally at every stream. Jean still is at more streams than Quaz is. Unlike any wall or mountain she's ever traversed before. How much farther, how much longer will it be until the dark clouds disperse and the war draws its last breath? She fled Londinium to the land beyond its walls, then from there she returned. How much farther must she go before she returns to her peaceful homeland and to the people she loved? Oh, you know what? Yeah, you know what? Is there a picture of the full thing? Maybe like a poster? But at least the stone of the sword is right before her eyes. She extricates her hammer with her might. Just check ARKNIGHTS General. Oh shit. No, that is like, I want to make that a wallpaper. Hold on, chat. Let me see. How do I? How do I? Yeah, there we go. She knows what she must do. She leaps up, hammer and sword held high in her hands, glimmering in the sunlight. Is this... Wait, there's still a stage, right? What the fuck? Then what's the stage gonna be like? Do I even do anything? Or do I just... Do I... Can they survive this? No, can they even survive this? The Sarkas are coming, siege. No, literally absolute cinema. Look at Vina spinning. Why isn't Vina here? Oh my god, the fucking... Oh my god. Yo, look how big it is. Yo, it's fucking huge. Oh no, they're dying. They're dying. No, I meant like, why isn't Vina here? Like, fuck. Bagpipe! All hands, we've almost reached the stone of the sword. Am I supposed to do anything? Oh, yo! At the last second, chat. The last second. You fucking annihilated. Annihilated. Vina, don't hesitate. Right now we have a chance. The only one we'll get. What are you doing? What? She leaps up. The edges of the stone of sword cut her palm and slip away. The Orginium mountain quakes, almost flinging her from it. Just one step further, one more miracle. The knight who was Victoria never forgot his duty. He strikes across the sky, picking up the golden lion who held the realm blade. A dull sound came from the bloodied suit of armor. Glorious Victoria. The stone lies just ahead. The waves of Orgium rise and fall. Countless crystal shards surround her. But the one in the eye of the storm will not waver, not anymore. For the Glasgow gang, for Londinium, for all who died, and for all who lived. Yo. Oh, the golden lion roars at the storm. The sign of king plunges down. Sword and its stone become one. There is an explosion of golden light. It falls on the crystals and on her, shining towards heaven and earth. Show it to me, show it to me. The golden radiance pierces the red demonic eye, tearing a hole in the curtains of death above. A miracle has happened, a legend has returned. The hero's sword cleaved through catastrophe, bringing golden hope for hope that fell upon the eyes of every Victorian on the battlefield. It's fucking cinema. Londinium will yield no storm. As long as they have the sign of kings, there is no foe they cannot overcome. Victoria. Victoria. The exemplars. The exemplars of Vina. Vina. The cries form a great wave, lifting up the exhausted hero. Siege looks up at the sign of kings. The sword in its stone looks entirely ordinary, as though it was no more than a key. She knows more than ever that the sword has never granted anyone power, nor has she suddenly become one of the heroes of legend. She stands here now because the countless eyes that have witnessed her, the countless hands that have lifted her up. Yo, the fucking sarcasms are in for a rude awakening. So like in the next CC with chapter 14, do we get this effect? We definitely get this effect if we have Vina on the field, right? Yo, the fucking one-shotting. Even the defender one-shot. What the fuck? She reached critical mass. She fucking did. Now you, the Vina that you always get bumped with it, and we maybe could somehow lose the stage. Mean, a legend is bestowed by the people. The miracle you hold already extended before Lugalzargus and I met in the depths of the Golden Sands. Explorers who should have been devoured by catastrophes found safe haven because of this relic. I think this is Calcit. The relic was forged into a treasured blade, and I carried it along with the young Saha into the endless sands. Luca, who? Wait, have they been mentioned before, Princess? I still remember what he said as he rested against my mane beneath the stars. It shall have a name, but that name is not mine to give. Then, as legends go, he took up the blade and slew the poltergeist king. He never returned. Nobody in the land was worthy of giving that sword a name, but a legend was nevertheless born. The hero's sword, it passed through the hands of many kings until at long last, the lion with hair as bright as the sun used it to sever the red dragon's head. That story you're already familiar with, Vina. Beneath the gleaming blade, the lion and dragon ultimately stood side by side and swore an oath to lift the crown together. Alas, the hero's sword would slay no more, but would instead be regarded as the highest authority. It has endured loss and betrayal, yet its brilliance at the symbol authority has never dimmed. As Lugal Sargas said, you have all sung of it from generation to generation, using the name it was given, the sigh of kings. No matter how many times it is reforged, craftsmen will always be able to hear the sighs from within the sword. Was an ancient and legendary Sahash of Sargon. Yeah, but like, how do we hear of, like, is it in like events? They say that it is the king sighing, lamenting that the glorious empire no longer has enemies worth conquering. But it was never the kings who were sighing, but rather the blade itself, a miracle dug out from the golden sands more than a millennia ago. Still, they had the right to give meaning to this sword. IS-484. IS-4. Is that Sargon? Not Sargon. Wait, Sargon, not Sargon. That's the cursed north place, the ice place, Sami. Yeah, Sami. That's Sami, isn't it? Why is a Sargonian in Sami? Vina, legends are never told by the heroes themselves, but you continued its story. Perhaps in 20 years the children will sing, Alexandrina, the sword of Victoria, the king who banished Sarkaz tyrant. But is this the story you want to hear? And by whose right do you wield this sword? The kings? The heroes? The peoples? How to get to any role will explain. Get IS-484 and you'll find out. Gawain. Oh, Gawain. Got you, Vina. You did it, Vina. Wait, why did she say Gawain? The enemy's forces encircling the Gloriana have retreated before the Duke's forces. Vina, hang in there, we'll catch up to you soon enough. The other Duke's troops have heard news of the Duke of Castor and now willing to work together with the Exemplars. Yeah, she did pass out, but why did she say Gawain? At last, this is settled before the fighting engulfed Londinium. Gawain is the lion. Oh. The lion she has always had, like, follow her? Waves of cheering passed through the communicator, each louder than the last. But the battle continues. The sign of kings is sheathed within the stone of the sword. This is not the end, but merely a beginning. The Steam Knight is helping us? No, I'd say he only came for the realm blade. The queen and the wardrobe. No, Errol, you valid. What the what is that? Lugalzaurus Suzuzurum Labubu Aga Agru whatever. Siege's gaze falls on the devastated battlefield where the Steam Knight went on its warpath. She looks for the other shadow, but it is nowhere to be found. Oh, look at that. Oh. 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 She grips her hammer tightly and stands before her companion just like she had done so many times before. Let's continue the fight. Until the moment of victory actually arrives. What do you think I am, Jean? A gooner? No, I'm no such thing. The Realm Blade is now active. There is a fine line between a gooner and a gentleman. A gooner acts upon his impulses. A gentleman does not. And I am a gentleman because I did not act upon my urges. The Realm Blade is now active. Looking up from here, that golden pillar of light is truly breathtaking. Rock thighs. I mean, that's still. I am a connoisseur, a gentleman. I do not simply look upon the chest. I evaluate the whole package. The thighs are a part of the package, and the belly. Like I said, there's a fine line. Still a no, I'm not. 2 decades ago, I first saw the prototype of our Stone of the Sword in the workshop. I have been waiting for this moment ever since. The light that sunders catastrophe is no longer a myth or a heroic tale in alleyways. Can you envision it? Breathe beneath the shade of this light. Our people will no longer need to live in fear of catastrophe. Our city will be eternally glorious. Back then, nobody could have imagined that it would ever be used for this purpose. That it would be used in a war started by those barbaric devils in a ravaged land outside Londinium gates. And it was done by the hands of my dear brother's orphan, with the aid of the exemplars. I did, Princeps. I always screenshot the whole package. For decades, the pedestal has been integral to our strategy in Victoria. What should have become Castor's triumph is now a part of the legacy of the former king's heirs. Your Grace, we are sorry for betraying your expectation. You call it betrayal? No. The Gloriana was saved and Victoria was saved. What is there for me to be disappointed at? The miracle blooming on the battlefield. I can even hear my own guards whispering these words. I believe your Sir Suffolk would share the same opinion, no? The poet should be acting in accordance with the military protocol and treating with the Realm Blade. I will make sure of this. There's no rush, whether this is a dereliction of duty or a show of loyalty. I shall decide for myself later. What happened has happened. There is no need to worry about the Realm Blade's fate for now. At least this isn't necessarily a bad thing either. Connect to the Exemplar's internal communication channel. Use the Alliance line. Your Grace, there's a risk of being tapped. Talk less, and do your job very well. Whose communication feature is this? I didn't turn it on. Well done, Exemplars. Well, stuff me? Your Grace, I thought you'd at least want to meet me in person. Indeed, arrangements for that meeting have already been made, but after the Realm Blade's activation, all intel on the battlefield flowed to me once again. Our opportunities on the battlefield are fleeting, and I was too preoccupied to make use of it. Sage, what you have accomplished is nothing short of a miracle. I will reevaluate the role that the Exemplars could play in this war. With all due respect, I do not recall opening our communication channels to you. As of right now, assume your channels are open to all of Victoria's Alliance forces. They will begin their counterattack by retaking Silver Rock Bluffs. Are the Exemplars willing to work with us to create a miracle? Under the banner of the Dukes? No, the Exemplars cannot and will not be affiliated with any of the Ducal forces. This much I can assure you. You must operate as a heroic, independent unit. Alexandrina, you will come to know what the Exemplars mean to Victoria. For now, we undoubtedly stand on the same side. Take count of your troops, it's time to go. Yo, chat, Vina's army is fucking tired, I can tell. I'm not there, but I can tell her army is tired. That golden light. The sign of kings has taken effect. Siege and the Exemplars have done it. The situation on the battlefield will finally stabilize. No longer affected by the extreme Orgenium-dense environment, Victoria's forces will be free to display their full potential. The military commission's defeat on the main battlefield is inevitable. Even if there are still disputes among the Dukes, the overall strength and sustained combat capability of Victoria Army far eclipses what the Sarkaz can muster. Additionally, Victoria just enjoyed a massive morale boost. Yeah, but I mean, from my perspective, it looks like the Duke's armies, they have more people to rotate in and out of battle. Like the first line goes up and fight, and the first line comes back to be replaced by the second line. That's like reinforcements or something. But Vina's just been going on and on without like support. That's what it looks like, at least. It won't be long until the scales of victory tip toward Victoria. Amya, Teresa's must have foreseen this when he decided to start this war and fill the trenches of a foreign land with Sarkaz lives. I know, Dr. Calisit, but the more this happens, the more I find myself thinking, what kind of future are they hoping for with so many people thrown away for nothing? Whoever that might be. Calisit looks up into the crimson sky. The storm has not completely halted. The orgium dust swirling in the inverted airflows was only temporarily driven back by the sign of kings. A sigh of kings, and now rages even more violently than before. We are making miracles to win this shit. Perhaps they all feel the same way, exhausted from just trying to avert the advent of disaster. We are only one step away from the abyss. Return from whence you came. On the other side of the canyon, is there a crystal cluster that's glowing? Logos? No matter how many tricks they have up their sleeves, they cannot conceal the blood. I have removed the Quinzarius illusions. We'll find the real altar. The truth is within reach. However, the shadow is also approaching. It's cold, way too cold. You feel the temperature abruptly change again before you know it. You are surrounded once more by a thick swamp-like fog. Sudaram, how are there this many? This is the Naxxer's last line of defense in front of the true altar. This is where Nazalon intends to stop us. He does not want us to get any closer. The lament of the dead fills the air above the battlefield. The Naxxer's power is almost at its very peak. I have seen the dark clouds of death hanging on the horizon. If the scorching sun no longer shines, I shall cast a light that pierces the fog here. Man, Logos is aura farming. We will cross over to the other side, find solace, and destroy the blood of Tikaz. May the wails of the dead find some quenchance. Logos lifts his hand and points to the other side of the canyon. The congealing mist parts once more. Fairy. Brief yet powerful, Logos seems to both be describing a physical action and uttering an incantation at once. Arginium crystals surge like waves in front of you, stretching all the way to the other side of the canyon until they form a narrow but stable bridge. The Naxxer King will come for us, and someone has to hold him back. I will stay behind. I thought we were gonna fight him. Logos, just you alone? Amiya, do you still have the package I left with you before? Please give it back to me. Of course, but... Good, with this there won't be any problems. Now go. Death is pursuing you. You run with all your might. Maybe it's Amiya who's pulling you, Monster who's dragging you along, or Logos who's pushing you ahead with his incantation. You hardly even feel your feet touching the ground, but it is as if 1,000 bony hands are growing from the mist trying to latch onto your ankles. But the aura of decay fails to reach you in the end. A formless barrier envelops your body, keeping the haze at bay. You know that Logos' incantation is taking effect. In this moment, the Banshee's curse feels so gentle and warm. W Logos chat. You hear something collapsing and look in its direction. The bridge has disappeared just as quickly and cleanly as when it appeared. A thick fog once again teemed forth. You search for that familiar figure, perhaps because he is too far, or perhaps because the fog is too thick. You cannot see anything at all. Doctor, this is the decision that Elite Operator Logos made. He has the right to make his own tactical judgment based upon the situation at hand. He believes that it would be most beneficial for us to head to the real altar while he faces the Naxxers head on. Answer me, Doctor. Do you trust him, or do you trust Elite Operator Logos? Then you should also trust that he will regroup with us when we are in need. I understand your desire, Scion of Decay, but death should not be so cacophonous. Quiet. The whistle pierces through the thick fog, the incantation spreading in ripples. Nothing needs to be spoken, nothing needs to be written. The concealed dead have nowhere to hide. The Sudorama piercing shriek forms into a longsword that shudders the fog. The words from the whistle quiver and the Banshee song resounds. Within the ancient bloodlines of the Sarkaz, in a valley choked with orgidium, amidst the lamentations of countless people who fell in battle, flaming shells and witchcraft imbued rounds and intertwined in the skies above the battlefield. A high-speed battleship crashes into a witchcraft bastion. A small number of Victorian soldiers charge head first into an entire squad of Naxxers. The song grows louder and clearer. When the song reaches its climax, the Naxxer soldiers fall into silence and stop attacking one after another like motionless flags. They no longer hunt. At last, death has returned to the land. I thought we were done. War has come to answer your song. The withered branches retreat in unison. They coil, then lie down, returning once more to their long-deceased forms. The most hideous and ancient among them seems to be struggling unwillingly, finally twisting into a scepter. The tip of the scepter strikes the ground and a figure emerges from the depths of the dense fog. Aphaniel, the master of the Legiate Court, you choose to stay behind and face me alone. The corners of his clothes flutter as the fog disperses. The Sudaram's white robes are scattered across the dense white hills of withered branches. White robes? Long swords lie fallen and scattered like grass in a forest. The young banshee sits sideways atop the hill, his blood-stained fingers plucking at the bone whistle in front of his lips. Gentle, melodious. Did he take off his jacket? Wait, why is he... Wait. Did he take off his jacket? Is that why he looks like that? No, Nasalam, there is no such master here. I don't know, Gene. I don't think we can. Like, honestly, I would. Like, it depends. I don't think we can. Because I also had to get up early this morning to bring my grandpa to get a haircut. But I'll see. Is not all logos the Banshee. This is the lead operator, bro. Yeah, we'll see, because it's fucking 2 a.m. chat. It's not that I read faster, it's the fucking chapter is long. Only logos lead up our Rhodes Island dressed to greet our guests. I have crafted this opus upon this motif and I dedicate it to you. I don't know, chat. It's also a combat stage. Oh, is that what he asked from Amiya? So that was in the box. Of heroes. I think we're gonna have to end it here. I really do want to continue, but we're gonna have to end it because, like, I gotta get up early. I gotta look after my grandpa. Yeah, it's 2 a.m. for me to chat. Like, if I could, I would chat. Like, believe me. But this is a reading stage and it's a combat stage, so like I can't. If it was a reading stage by itself, then I wouldn't mind reading it. But it's a fucking combat stage. Cliffhanger. Find out next time on the stage. Alright chat, you guys have a good one. Peace everybody, and thanks for coming. Hey, we'll start tonight we're doing Limbus. Or tomorrow we're doing Enfield, and then we're gonna come back after Enfield. We're gonna come back to ARKNIGHTS. What the fuck, Emmy? Emmy, stop cheating. Stop cheating, Emmy. What the fuck? I don't know who to trust anymore. I think the new Intervallo Princeps. How long do we have for the for RR? How long is RR lasting? Emmy just breaks the ranking. Yeah. Months? Okay, yeah, then we'll just do the intervalo. So you guys are gonna have to wait about 3 days for the next time we come back to ARKNIGHTS chat. Let's see, we have what, 10 chapters? 10 chapters left, right? Alright chat, you guys have a good night. I will see y'all in the next stage, on the next stage. Peace everybody, and don't forget, if you're new around here, please do like and subscribe and join me on these again. Peace everybody.